There we go. And I'm gonna go take another piss break, and we'll be right back to the Song of Saya. I'm drinking way too much right now, boys.
No.
I don't know why, but I just thought hearing Goofy's voice out of nowhere in the middle of the night would be creepy as fuck. I probably should have done that over a loudspeaker at the racetrack at the Halloween thing they were having.
I mean, are you American or something?
I am.
Okay. Where?
He's
Where
Canadian.
from? And you, Dragon?
I'm Canada.
Canada. Okay.
Nova Scotia. The ass end of Canada. Next to PEI.
Are you all from the West Coast? The East Coast, sorry.
I'm
East
from the
Coast.
West Coast. I'm in California.
Oh.
East Coast, Nova Scotia.
Oh my god. Me, I'm from France. So it's like
Oh, nice.
completely
nice.
yeah, it's like 2 a.m. right now.
You're like what? 8 hours ahead of me, most likely. 5, 6.
Yeah, it's like 1:45 where I am right now.
There we go.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, it is. There's a lot of people 8 hours ahead of me, and I don't know why.
That's fun.
Good lord.
Because we all live in a time zone that's faster than yours.
Fuck you.
It times the
I
yes,
live
the
in the
time
past,
zone
fuck
is
off.
faster, of course. It's the time zone that's faster. Yes.
I mean, we all know fucking tongue tying. Fucking crap.
I'll tie a tongue for you if you want.
What I tried to say before I got tongue tied. Faster FPS is
I-
always better.
I thought all the Canadians like were speaking like, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing, friend? Nobody talks like me, like to me like that, buddy."
What, is there a Canadian in this voice chat that destroyed your premonition of them?
No, I mean,
Right.
I learned Canadian. I learned the Canadian from South Park. So
I gotcha.
A B C D E F G H E G K L M N O buddy Q R S T your friend W X A N.
Oh, I love it.
This is Canadian ABC. Suzy like Harry Balls. What do you think of this?
Oh, I love it. Song of Saya, music back on. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. And I'm guessing we'll be seeing things from the mental perspective.
Oh.
Oh, so it's okay.
Damn it.
What's wrong, Gollum?
My joke, but I don't.
It's
guys.
still the Siren game. What's the name of the
Song
game?
of Saya?
Song of Sire.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be finishing it up before we jump into Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
It's looking like we're
wondering-
approaching the end.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they have on Steam.
Strange
I don't know.
thing.
I don't know if you guys ever played like a lot of horror games on PS2, but
I didn't.
All my
Ah.
games were PS1 and 2 back in the day.
there was
Probably
this
few.
game, this Japanese game, what's called Forbidden Siren, and I swear to God, it was like the scariest game I've ever played.
Oh.
Like in a time where like things like Outlast or survival horror, where you had like no weapons and stuff, was not
those
really
are-
common.
Yeah, those are actually a scary type of game because you can't do shit in those.
Yeah, and
All the power is taken away from you.
yeah, and
Right.
Yeah, you can't go in guns
Info-
blazing, blasting people's heads off.
in Forbidden Siren, not only does your arm break, your weapon breaks, but you cannot kill your enemies. They're gonna go back up after a while. So you have to just hide and seek. And they're really receptive to sound. So you cannot run like a brain dead idiot because you're in the fucking fog. But also you have like just one power. It's like the side jack, and you can see through the eyes of the people around you. So sometimes you get a little jump scare because there's a fucking zombie that's like pushing a door, and you see yourself back in the corner and said, "Oh fuck! Oh fuck!"
Oh, I love it. Also, let me just say, use the sight jack.
God.
Something tells me I'm not looking forward to VR horror games.
Yeah, that's actually gotta be pretty scary. Now, let's get back to things. Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. Oh, there we go. The weird thing was that they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around campus. Okay, she doesn't need people. Good. She does not need humans to eat.
Great.
Looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared. It wasn't that they'd stopped coming. It was more like they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Also, let me just emphasize, Japan has such a school-focused society that this hospital is a university.
They actually do have asylums over there that are actual universities, and it's fucking weird.
Yeah, I can imagine. Gollum, if you want Hydra to play any music, you need to do .play space then the link.
Okay, but you cannot play anything from YouTube. Is that right?
Yeah, Hydra does the exact thing from YouTube, yes.
Oh yeah. So where can I go? Maybe on
Spotify?
Spotify, maybe.
Yeah. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it. And it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that.
Okay.
People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night. Traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping from the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights that patients woke screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. Oh, if that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. Unless...
Of course.
These strange incidents suddenly stopped toward the end of summer. Now, there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Police National Radio.
What the fuck's with this?
Huh.
Yeah, I just put the Shutter Island theme because I saw that was fitting.
Alright. Hold on. Get here, go into here, and below Song of Saya, so it doesn't mix as much with, you know, the music. Nothing. This is the third day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report. Bad habit to have, but a nice habit to have. Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there are only 2. Koji answers evasively. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period. I can't tell if that's supposed to be fleshy noises or papers. Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up then to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. He reluctantly leaves the cafeteria. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. No, don't you go there, my man. What the hell is Fuminori doing? When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way? Koji concluded, more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. Well, Fuminori is not lying. He hadn't met Omi, but he is involved with her disappearance. He's actively helping with that right now. Yep. One bite at a time. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination, only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. Oh boy. But the conflict has built up inside of him without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings. But perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students. I will admit, I like his boy, he looks handsome. At first, Koji assumed that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he's instead going home. Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Says everyone who's ever been noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the University Hospital. But Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. Where is he going? At first, Koji felt ashamed for trailing his friend like this. But his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amid the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of the Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escaped assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. Wait a moment. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Oh, okay, sing after father. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. You know what I was thinking.
Goddamn. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I should have brought more smokes. Remember, kids, smoking is bad for you. And elderly people, remember, you won't live long enough to see the consequences anyway. So go right ahead.
Ah, fuck, smoking's bad.
Cigarettes.
Oh, cigs? Yes. Blunts? No. Did someone just have a damn bike or a stroke?
So I was stretching. 1 hour passes, and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence.
Oh, fuck your...
Soon, twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back toward the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. Probably a good idea, but knowing this is gonna go bad. He rings the doorbell.
Good day to die.
Oh yeah, he rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. See, that is how you get caught. You check. If you just enter without, if you just enter like you own the place, random passerbys, even the ones who live there, will think you're supposed to be there.
Right.
A door is not locked. Oh, that's creepy.
Oui, je te les descends, d'accord?
The moment he enters the house, stale air, thick with mold and dust, fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There's also a faint hint of something else in the air. Something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. No, I've lost title, okay. Let me pull up the volume then. There we go. There we go. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes. Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. The scandal!
You're a wizard.
The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. You okay, man? Gollum?
Yeah. It's my dad. Sorry.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Just be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself, okay?
Okay.
Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of the life that was once lived there. The house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. Remember, April is around the time Saya went to the hospital. So yes, he used to live here before. Wonder what Fumino was doing in here. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. Okay. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. I can imagine.
Yeah.
Koji follows Fumino's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. It's the smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who's worked in an antique bookstore or library. Also, the fact that he was smoking all day until he ran out of cigarettes in his pack. His lighter's probably gonna run out of fuel at some point in this house.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
Unless he has Zippo, then it might actually last for quite a bit.
Yeah. But,
Which I actually have a Zippo.
Yeah, but, the way stories generally go, like, if they set up something, it's probably gonna have a payoff. The fact he was smoking all that entire time, it could just be establishing a character trait, like, so it could mean nothing else. But it could also be set up for his lighter running out of fuel.
Yeah.
Maybe not in this house, maybe in another scenario, but it does say that he uses the lighter a lot.
Or him getting his ass knocked out, tied up, and them trying to light him on fire with his own lighter, and it being out of fuel.
Yeah. Or him getting his ass knocked out, and his lighter being left behind, and that is the one evidence that leads to other people going to find him.
Yeah.
And thus the story repeats.
Yeah. Because no one thinks of calling police in this place. Ah!
Yeah, apparently not.
Yeah. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study. its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. What is he, level 30?
Sorry, but the little interference.
It's fine,
Oh my
man.
dad.
It happens all the time. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding. The owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Kuminoi must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who lived here. Koji frowned as he examines the 30 books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old, leather-bound Western tomes, like the sorts you would find in a rare bookstore. They're Western! The Westerners are immigrating here! Ah!
No.
The titles are meaningless to him. It's Japan, everything is west of it. Besides a small portion of Russia. That's above. The titles are meaningless to him. Trait des chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination? And I'm gonna tell you right now, I butchered all of that. Someone's gonna hate me. And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Hey now, just cause 3 books out of this entire library aren't medically related does not mean the man who lives here is not a doctor. It just means he has a hobby.
Or really liked reading.
Yeah.
I mean, I have fucking paleontology books. Probably no one else but a paleontologist would understand.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of a scenario earlier where our main boy was questioning a doctor about something. And he said, so how did my MRI scans come out? And the person thought, yes, that reminds me. He has advanced medical knowledge and understands these things. My own response was, guys, is knowing what an MRI machine is advanced medical knowledge? If so, give me my doctorate already. It was fun.
Yeah, it's the machine that goes whomp,
Yeah.
whomp, whomp.
Yeah. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among all these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. Hey, we have my light source. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness.
I guess you can say he has a lightsaber.
Aha!
Or, as Anakin calls it, the Kid Slayer 9000.
Youngling Slayer 9000.
He has a
still
fine
kids.
beat stick. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house. Koji notices something strange. Something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and their banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Could Olga have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel
Angry.
sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Who knows, maybe he works in maybe he was at an oil plant or a butchery, and he gets covered in fat a lot, and so he stumbles through his house, get into the showers, and then just doesn't want to bother cleaning because he's just too tired.
I mean,
Yeah.
Maybe, you never know.
I mean, I've literally fallen asleep after offloading boats of crab and still covered in shit.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see someone being that exhausted after hours of hard labor.
Yeah. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases. Not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation, unless he has more suitcases. See, there's explanation
Am I
for
the only
everything.
one with 2?
Yeah. See,
Am I the only one with 2 suitcases?
there's explanations for everything here, boys. Doesn't have to be something bad. It's commonplace explanations. It's just unfortunate this is a horror show. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Not necessarily. He might have owned 4 suitcases and only took 2.
Or he did the old hobo method of push it in a wrap shit in a blanket, tie that to a stick, and flip up out of there.
Yeah. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if they find the body later, it will be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. That is a smart boy.
Yeah.
See, this is why I like Koji. He's smart. I just don't think he's gonna live.
I don't.
But yeah, that's why I like Koji. He's smart, reasonable, empathetic, and supportive of his friends. It's just too bad that's probably gonna kill him. A flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. Like I said, Oga probably works at a meat factory, dealing with butchery and old-fashioned whatnot. He's just always too tired to clean his house, especially the sofa. It just gets stuck there. He doesn't even have the willpower to reach the bedroom.
Or he's doped out of his mind.
Or that'll work too. In the kitchen, Koji
Japan.
takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. That's fair enough, my boy. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashes through his body. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in the bathtub filled with lye?
I think so.
Yeah. Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub. It appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Empty. The hoarder! Oh wait, there's bones. Holy shit, it's not empty.
Dirty napkin.
It's not empty. Bones, a mountain of bones, black with dry flesh and blood. I thought we were gonna get a fake out, but nope. No fake out. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong. He realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small and there are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Zaya has teeth, everybody. She's not just a flesh monster. She's not a fleshy slime. She has teeth.
I mean,
Well, at
They
least we
can't
got
over
the
there anyways.
entire of the suspect list.
they eat cats and dogs over there anyways, so I mean, why would you be surprised?
Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. I mean... Maybe this is before that time. You know, before China brought it over. Or after that time,
Maybe.
who knows? The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? It could have just been thrown out with the garbage. Or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here?
どうしたコウジ
Hello, Fuminori. Oh wait, he just appeared there, boy.
Hello, wanker.
Ah, Ashley felt my heart peak a little. That's nice. Koji whirls around, his lights revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
不法侵入だぞ
You're trespassing, eh? Alright.
お前だって同じだろうが
Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones.
僕はこの家の人と知り合いなんだ頼まれて探し物をしに来ただけさ
知り合いっていつから一体何者なんだ
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this
い
house.
ずれお前にも紹介するよ僕の恩人とも言える人だから
He says, turn to leave without even a glance at Koji. I owe her my life.
おい文則
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally
お
again.
前まさか近頃様子がおかしいのはその知り合いっていうやつのせいなんじゃ
That's a good question. Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause.
僕の後をつけてきたんだねこう
That's unnice. Koji swallows. What can he say?
そういうのは迷惑だ二度とやらないでもらいたい
ああ
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. That's a bit rude.
Oh,
Gee, what a
and
nuisance.
that building's always nice to see.
Yeah, this is what Fuminori sees everywhere, all the time.
I feel like I'd be walking inside the human body, walking on that shit.
Yeah. Why does he insist on interfering? If only he spoke with me to exchange pleasantries. If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Sai said, I have to keep my search from Dr. Ogae's secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Oka residence today. And at this rate, it'll probably take several days just to go through the study. Sai didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover. A problem is Cozy. He knows about the house now. Can you make things difficult? A hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Yeah, this is what Fuminori sees and hears all the time when he talks to people.
Pretty respectable guy,
Yeah.
if you ask me.
Of course. This is my next door neighbor, Susumi. A middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? Have you gotten used to living alone, eh? That's quite the mouth you got there, my boy.
はい。おかげさ
That's
ま
a
で。
big ass arm.
Yeah.
Is that an arm or something like metal?
That hurts to listen to.
は
What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture?
あ、まあそうですね。でもまだ学生の身ですし。
What the fuck?
だ
The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge.
あ、いえ、お構いなく。一人でもなんとかなりますから。
Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Susumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Saya, alone, where no one will ever bother us. Get a cabin in the woods. That'll help. Enough animals around too.
No.
Now we see Susumi's perspective. Susumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. Nom, nom, nom. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth. A little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. A little late. There we go. Or is it too late already? Yusuke wonders as he gazes wearily at the Sakisaka yard. Even during dinner, Yusuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind.
どうしたのあなた難しそうな顔して
今日ね、隣の家の息子に会ったよ。
お隣のって海のりお兄ちゃん
ああ、庭のこと一言言っておいた。
そうよねせめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね
A stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Tsumi family is at its wit's end.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫で
I
も
could
いるんじゃな
really
いか
go
し
for
ら
a tuna sandwich right now.
でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね
まさかとは思うが、生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるま
I
い
want
な。
some tuna.
そんないくらなんでも
Mustard,
そこま
ketchup,
で
and a little bit of
い
lettuce.
や、今の様子だとやりかねん。一日中ずっと雨戸を閉め切って何をやってるのかもわからない。
お兄ちゃん
Y'all know what I gave some kid for fucking Halloween.
Man, I want sardines now.
Yum.
これヒロミそういう言い方はダメよ
ended up giving a kid
あれは本当に
a
ちょっ
pickle
と
that
どう
was
すぎ
wrapped
て
in
る。
cotton candy.
ひょっとしたら変質狂か何かかもしれんな。
Hey,
大
I
丈
was
夫
eating
な
one
の
right
そ
in front of
れ？
him, so it's like,
Yeah.
there you go.
早く自覚して医者にでも行ってもらわ
Even
ん
the
こと
mother
には
looked at me weird.
なんともな。
I wasn't expecting anyone to even come this way, so I was like, fuck off, I didn't buy candy. The only candy I got is THC.
Yeah. The seconds
And I
crawl
do-
by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned from the Oga residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. I wonder if the Susumi child is gonna go missing soon.
Maybe.
It isn't rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last for more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show with the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before it returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Oga house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. Well, the boy was about to kill himself before he met her, so yeah.
ただいま。
At last, the cowbell chimes and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all of the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet.
疲れた。やっぱり往復すると遠いな。
Saya sighs as he climbs the stairs.
さや、一体どこに？
My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arm.
それは
文則のカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
She went into the hospital to steal his medical records. Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere. Then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
ごめんね。本当はもっと早く帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出したらキリがなくて。
She says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。ああ、重かった。
I can imagine it was heavy. Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's saying.
だからそんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ？
どうするって、もちろん調べるのよ。うちで時間かけてじっくり。
She replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light.
あら、何やってんだか。あ、これは要チェックかな。あとは。
We got an aura, boys.
あらあら。
なんだろう
Ara
な
ara. At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of, better check this one, oh, I see, well, that was silly of them, and the like as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her, make me think that this might not be a joke after all.
君わかるのか？こういう
パパにいろいろと教わったから。
She flashed me a grin, then returns to the papers.
なるほどね。そういうこと。これじゃいつまで経っても直せないよね。
直せないのか？
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
Not by a human doctor. That's not ominous. I can't tell if she's being serious.
私でもまだちょっと難しいかな。いろいろと試してからでないと。
She says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. Wait, what the? Holy crap! I can use my mouse wheel! I can scroll through what we were just going through. Almost done with the game and I just covered this.
I just hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Come on, you son of a bitch, light.
Watching more closely, I realized that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice at first. Could Saya actually be reading my chart?
なあさや
Saya just coolly looking up from the chart. I will admit, I love the noises she makes and the way she actually looks when Fefe sees her. I forgot his name. Don't worry. She's just adorable.
今日はもう疲れたし
Yeah, and then when everyone else sees her, ah!
Yeah. It's like, ah! Followed by Saya. Now I gotta eat you.
海のりがそうしたい
Now
な
I
ら
gotta,
そう
now I
する
gotta nom nom your corpse.
Yeah. Saya replies with a grin. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps on me and begins to tear off my clothes. Okay.
おい
Whoa!
Alright. That.
Let's get at it quickly.
Yeah.
ねえ寝る前に
Okay.
一
Come
回
on.
だけ
Come on. Just once before bed, okay?
まさやこう毎日続けてちゃ体に毒じゃないのか
Don't you think it's unhealthy for doing this every day? No, my man, it's not unhealthy for doing it every day. You should be going for twice, at least, the man.
But
Once when you wake up and once before bed. Clear the brain. But, okay, at least now we know the child is the predator in this situation.
Nice.
Also, she's probably an eldritch horror being, so I don't know what to make of it.
え海のりどこか具合が悪いの
いや僕は別にちゃんと大人の体になってるし平気なんだ
平気だよ
She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed. The familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless. I did not think this was gonna be an eroge, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me reading an eroge. Probably pretty pictures. I thought it was gonna be a horror show, but
平気なわけないだろ今まで否認もしてな
it's
い
a
っての
horror roge.
yes, the best kind. Everyone beware the fear boner.
The return of the Y boner with a vengeance.
We haven't used any contraception, okay, my man.
海のりは
Ectoplasm
さ
or
さやに
gene?
子供を産ませるのいや
God, that's manipulative. Fuminori, she whispers, staring straight into my eyes. You don't want me to have your children? How can I respond to that shit?
いやも何も
Um,
さやみたいに小さい体じゃ無理だって母体の負担ってのは大変なんだぞ
海のりが心配してることって割と的外れなんだけど
Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
でもそれって海のりがさやのことを大事に
He
思っ
be
て
the
くれ
one
てる
eating
からな
the
んだよ
kitties
ね
and the doggies.
Yeah, she says suddenly, her smile glowing with innocence. You know, she could quite literally just say to him, "You know I don't look like what you see me as, right, Fumori? Like, you have your whole disorder thing going on."
Yeah, you know I'm actually a face-sucking alien that's gonna be killing you now.
Yeah. By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and is removing my pants.
Pork!
なあおい
Alright.
Someone might be a pork.
大丈夫じゃあ今夜は海のりが心配しないような方法でしてあげる
Relax, she says teasingly. Tonight I'll do it so you don't have to worry. Is Fumori gonna get bent over? As she finishes, she looks up at me, smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life.
これだったら海のりだって心配ないでしょ
Good, we don't have to go into exacting detail of what's actually going on. It just gets close to it, cuts to black, aftermath. I don't have to read an eroge. I don't have to read an eroge live. I prefer to save that for my private time.
It would be awkward.
So in other words, it's one of those eroges where it heavily hints, but completely cuts it off and has no reference to the actual thing.
いやまあ
Meanwhile, Fate Stay Night is an eroge, and it also does have those scenes.
Yeah, Fate Stay Night began as a fucking doujinshi game. Also, this interaction, she just blew him. Gave him a blowjob.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to say to that?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
ダメだったこういうのだと
I'll be right back.
Thanks for swallowing your pride.
See you in a bit, Ozark. We'll give you a moment to relieve yourself. I know it was really heavy for your brain, so you gotta let it off now. It's really spicy. Especially when this picture came up.
Oh my god. Is it wrong that the pig literally makes my joke worse?
Nah. Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer.
そんなことない十分にでもさや何もあんなもの飲み込まなくたって
God, this man is awkward.
そんな
What would make it even more
Saya ni
awkward is if I had
Joe.
said those lines in a female voice.
Yeah. What? But I wanted. What? But I want. I've never practiced a female voice before, so bear with me as I try a couple.
What? But I wanted.
What? But I wanted.
What?
What? But I... Let me try. Let me go as high pitch as I can.
Swallow that means low.
Let me go as high pitch as I can. What? But I wanted. Come on, give the dick in my mouth. It felt so good. It was really big.
I mean, I can do Miss Piggy.
Yeah. Ara. Come now, boy. You know you want me to take it. Alright, let's continue before we get too degenerate. Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who's just had her candy stolen. Maybe don't put that into my mind with the context here, my man. Come on.
海のりの一滴だって残さずに欲しい。部屋
Alright.
の中に出して欲しいの。
She wants him inside her.
中にって
Well, she is a slime, so I guess she'll definitely slide him in.
Yeah. So Saya really does want to bear my child. I think there's a misunderstanding, my boy. I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course. But there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it. I love the fact it has never since he first saw her has he even been considering that she might not look like he sees her. That she might look like older or something else. It's just ever since then it's just yep, child.
I was gonna say she's literally just a blobbed up slime.
Yeah. I'm just imagining a pile of flesh with like mouth and eyes over it.
God. I'm picturing a slime from Minecraft out of flesh.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a Shoggoth from like Lovecraft. It's like
Yeah.
a pile of bubbles and slime and eyes and
Yeah, basically.
stuff.
She gazes up at me pleadingly. How can I resist?
嫌なんかじゃないささやさえそれでいいのなら僕だって
Saya smiles with relief and burrows contentedly into my chest.
海のり大好き。
She purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of mortality. That's a weird way of thinking right now, my boy.
Yeah.
Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although, I suppose I should still talk to Saya, the Asgardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Oga as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in Exhausting's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. Possessive little boy. Mm. 2 o'clock for Susumi Yosuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. The fuck's an easel?
Whatever the fuck you do paintings on?
I guess. He's a painter. He sits down in front of the canvas, I suppose. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay the mortgage, and send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. This is a weird man.
Indeed.
Yes, indubitably, sir. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails, the time since his How long are my nails? They're relatively short. I just clipped them recently.
And I tore two of mine off, so,
And the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his room's condition. The status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. Alright, his wife is not doing good for him. Also, this man has way too good a memory.
yeah, kind of freaky.
Yeah. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette.
I wish I had that kind of memory.
Same here. It doesn't mean I could do shit with my life.
It means I wouldn't be yelled at for forgetting something.
Yeah. He suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's almost about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything in the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Alright. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air trickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. Rip Susumi, it was nice knowing you. You were a fine gentleman.
My man, you're about to die to either a snoo or a crazy woman.
Yeah, a breeze.
Both are good.
Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. That's a bad habit to have, my man. Yusuke shut them himself during his morning cleaning. Okay, fine. As long as they're not closed all the time, only during the morning cleaning, that's fine. Just remember to open them later, alright? Need to air out the house. Yusuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window.
This guy's got a fucking brain in him.
Oh yeah. This was a real smart boy.
Yeah.
Now that he knows that it was melted, get a phone. Call cops. Leave. Wait.
Grab a gun.
This is
Defend
Japan.
yourself.
This is Japan. Even the Yakuza have difficulty getting guns there.
Grab a stick or sword or whatever the fuck.
Exactly.
Prepare
Get a
to whack
sword.
a motherfucker.
Get a sword off the mantle.
Boy, touch me like a sword. It's over there.
Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully, but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid. Somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. What do you have? What's up? What? Oh well. He must have forgotten to put it
Palette knife?
aside before going downstairs. What's a palette knife?
A palette? Give me a sec.
A palette knife?
Yeah.
Well, I know pallets usually a word used for your mouth, so unless this motherfucker has a transformer as a tongue
on,
that turns
hold
into
on.
a knife.
Yeah.
Hold on.
oFsaya gets Googling here. He's the Google squad. He researches the terminology we forget. Alright, boys. I can now mark this as educational content.
By the way,
Yep.
guess what I found out what my friend's actually going to be getting me.
Oh, yeah?
Autographed movie by the guy that played Legolas.
Ooh.
Oh,
Orlando
Orlando
Bloom.
Bloom. Okay, a palette knife is
It's the Hobbit.
a knife with usually a flexible steel blade and no cutting edge used to mix colors or to apply colors as to a painting.
Okay. That actually sounds
Okay,
like
so-
something you could
Okay, so
use
not
whenever you
so
go to
not
paint.
so not a knife, but a sheet of thin steel on a stick.
Yeah.
And just use a regular stick.
Nah, you need the thin sheet of metal to help make something better. It sticks to the wood too much. It gets washed out the steel much better.
Oh, I didn't know that. I might actually look for one of those then, because I am hoping to do some painting.
Ooh. Be
In
sure
the
to share, my
chat.
boy.
Download.
He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection.
Oh no
Instead-
shit.
Yeah. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table made of thick, solid glass. It is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. Well, hey, he's dual-wielding an ashtray and a palette knife. This boy is dangerous. Everybody run for your lives.
Look in the VC chat. Those are palette knives.
Meanwhile, I got a gun.
Aha! But you're cheating.
You brought a knife to a gunfight.
Then
And I brought an ashtray to a knife fight.
Yeah. You brought a knife to a gunfight, and I brought an ashtray to a knife fight. And then there's some greta going down the street going, dude, this is Japan. Put the gun away. You're gonna be sent to life in prison and get the death penalty.
Yeah, this is Japan. You need to go You need to go pull out a stop sign from the ground.
You need nunchucks.
Yeah.
This isn't Yakuza.
No.
Fun fact, nunchucks are actually illegal to own in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are weapons.
So you want to know the
Easily
funny
made.
thing? One of the really funny thing about nunchucks?
What?
A YouTuber by the name of Shadiversity has done a multitude of videos about them.
Yeah.
Nunchucks
He
are worse
hates them.
than the basic stick
Yeah,
for beating
they-
someone.
He hates the nunchucks.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? I agree.
Yeah. They're
really
horrid. Like, imagine taking a perfectly good stick, something you can smack in the face with, and instead cutting it in half, and putting a rope between them, so that when you smack it, it bounces off the person. Or chain. It's like, yes, this will make you get damaged more. Smack, bounces off. Yaha! You're now getting more damage than if I hit you with a stick.
Bounces off and whacks you in the fucking nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you, Garwin? Have you watched his fight videos?
I think some of them.
Where he breaks down like sword fights and shit.
Oh yeah, those. And what are they called again? Like when he looks through movie scenes and TV show scenes or fight scenes and breaks them down moment by moment and manages to drag a 3-minute fight scene into 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Revenge? Did you watch the Anakin versus Obi-Wan fight?
I watched all of them.
Oh my god, that video is so fucking long, and it's a 9-minute fight.
Yep.
And it's great.
Ozark, he didn't roast Anakin, did he?
No, he actually didn't. There were a couple of there were a couple of moments in the fight, like when him turning without protecting his back, the twirling, the saber twirl in the fucking command room.
Yeah.
Other than that, he didn't really.
I do actually have an explanation for the saber twirl that they were using between themselves for that longest time. That I can see what the directors were going for there. Effectively, these two people are so evenly matched and so fast, and their premonition so good that they were basically responding to the other person from the future, and thus their blades kept missing each other.
I do kind of believe that because of how easily he handled Grievous in his fight.
He shot him instead of using a saber.
No, in the beginning of the fight.
Oh.
Well.
In the book, it was said that he was blocking like 11 strikes a second.
I think it was 26.
20, whatever.
Either way, crazy amount.
Yeah. From a 4-armed cyborg that was basically overloading its servers or bendy things.
To kill one dude.
Yeah.
And he didn't hit him once.
Yeah. The only reason that Obi-Wan is able to keep up with him is because of the Jedi's inherent premonition, which basically, okay, something bad coming around here, and thus he moves before the attack is actually coming.
And his saber style too.
And his saber style, yeah, that's a real good one.
He is the master of Sorisu.
Oh yeah, he is the master of Sorisu.
And he's also the master of sass.
Oh yeah, he's beautiful.
Yes.
Which also when the explanation for that whole twirl between him and Anakin starts making sense, because they were both using premonition, both seeing each other's moves from the future, trying to block the attack that they saw, but their future sets overlapped and they just missed each other.
And also since they were master and apprentice at one point. Yeah. Master and Padawan, sorry.
Knew each other really well.
Yes.
It's that's the kind of scene that if you read it in a book, it's so fucking epic and awesome.
The book fights I think is a lot better.
Yeah. Like that's
so the epicness of the movie is kind of great.
Yeah. like that's the type of scene that if it's explained in a book that what's going on, you go like, oh my god, this is so cool. But if you see it in a movie without that context, it's just, why are they twirling the sabers in front of each other?
Mama, why is that idiot twirling that light stick?
Shagelda. Where the hell is... Did I already kill the...
You probably killed someone already, yeah. The home that
is
thought of as part of it.
Nerway
is missing?
No, Nerway is in Coruscant with another general.
Ah, okay.
Do I have a spy anywhere? I do. It's right here. I haven't moved my spy at all in his 37 turns.
Alright. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. A kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down. Which means that the guest room is the most likely place. So don't go in there. Go out, find a phone, call cop. Of course, he shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. Yes, your ashtray will do good against burglar.
You have something to put his smoke out in.
Yeah. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. I will admit, I love this terminology in like manga or whatnot, or anime. Like, the straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. It's like me walking into my house and going, ah yes, the Icelandic-style floor is empty. It's just, God, come on. It's just a house to you. Or like one of you guys walking into one of your rooms and going, ah yes, this internationality style room is empty. There's a closet. No, it's empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of a sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. Yeah. I love that noise, by the way. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankles, extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. Holy crap! Oh, I'm just imagining that thing having been under there the entire time, and us the viewers seeing it as this poor man is thinking all this shit. That's kind of nerve-wracking for the audience. But yeah.
How long is this game? Or how long is this novel?
I don't know. But with the pacing is going now, I think we're approaching the end, so if we don't go on more tangents, probably 1 or 2 more hours. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Yes, this is a way to calm someone down, oFsaya. Thank you. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream. His terror is so great. I read as the voice actor screams. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. Thin tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Ah, we're getting skull fucked.
Literally a whole new definition.
Yeah, right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. And also, this, I'm guessing, is Saya experimenting, trying to find a way to fix her now boyfriend.
Or her wondering, how deep can it go?
Yeah.
Also, at least he's able to hold his breath, or breathe out his mouth, hopefully, because...
Yeah, I mean, hey, see, he's only went up his nose and ears, not in his mouth, he can still breathe.
He is probably sounding real fucking weird.
Yeah.
A shadow roams the barren hill.
That's pretty nice.
Okay, now let's see if there's
Koji says,
more
his
than
humble
one general.
bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading a neurosurgeon at such a young age. To be a leading neurosurgeon or something, okay.
いいのよ。あなたたちみたいな
Okay, so
人
it's
が来
just
てくれたの
Norway
は
and a
私としてもありがたいところで
default
す。
bodyguard.
More or less.
And Dorwinian infantry, one thorn bladesman, and 4 Western defenders. Okay.
Her refined smile has none of the coldness one might expect from a sharp, refined beauty. Alright, incel.
はじめまして。崎坂文則くんの主治医の丹保です。
For any incels listening, that is a joke. Don't get offended and start tracking down my house to beat me to death, alright?
Oh, that's a nice looking character.
文則の友人で殿浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. There we go. When they arrived at the Teague University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which the request was granted.
崎坂くんの件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
はあ。
彼、一昨日の診察に来てくれなかったのよ。留守電に入れた伝言にも返事がないし。
Well, to be fair, he did leave you before you told him when the checkup would be. Yeah. You were a little in the middle of saying, so same time next week when he was already out the door. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house, Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment.
彼、学校ではどんな様子？
どうもこうも。もうめちゃくちゃです。
Seeing Yo's shoulders jerked out of the corners of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully.
事故の前とまるで人が違ったみたいに見えます。僕たちもいろいろとどうしていいかわからなくて、それで今日は先生の話を伺えたらと。
あなたたちも医大生？
She asked out of nowhere.
はい。
Yes.
彼のカルテ見てみたいと思う。
見せてくれるんですか、そんなもの。
Coach replies, incredulous. Dr. Tanbu
そう思った
regards
人
him
がいるみた
silently.
いなのよ。それも病院には無断でね。
Regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says,
一昨日の晩、この病院に誰かが押し入ってね。保管庫から崎坂くんのカルテを盗んでいったの。
本当ですか？
She stares hard at the astonished students and shakes her head with a tired smile.
まあ、あなたたちは無関係そうね。ちょっと安心したわ。
当たり前です。
でも、犯人は崎坂くんの容体に興味があるか、それとも彼の治療記録を消したかったのか、いずれにせよ、彼に関わりのある人間としか思えないわ。
はあ。
An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Now, in this case, it was not, but... Koji looks at Dr. Tanbo and finds her staring back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion.
あなたには他に心当たりはない？崎坂くんの知り合いでそういうことをやりかねないような人。
Perhaps Dr. Tanbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
知り合いだか何なのか自分にもよくわからないんですが、多分医者か医学関係の人で。
Oh, nothing. I'm playing FGO at the moment.
Ah, okay.
And one of my servants just got a skill upgrade.
Ah. Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tanbo's expression.
ご存知なんですか？
崎坂くんがその男といつどうやって知り合ったのかわかる？
いえ、こっちが知りたいぐらいです。先生、一体何者なんですか、あのオーガイっていう人は。
After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Turnbull loses a heavy sigh.
いいわ。その気になれば簡単に調べがつくことだし。大貝正彦はうちの大学にいた教授よ。いろいろと不祥事があって半年以上前に免職になったけど。
Oh, dragon.
不祥事って。
I got a new 4-star archer. God damn it.
Nice.
I got
そこから先は部外者に話せることじゃないわ。どのみち、先坂君には何の関係もないことよ。
She's not even rate up. Fuck off.
Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Turnbull's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori.
先生、もしかしたら先坂文則は刑事事件に関わっているかもしれないんです。
He says, making up his mind. At this sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Turnbull raise their eyebrows.
どういうこと？
彼を訪ねていったっきり行方不明になってしまった人間がいます。もちろん文則は否定していますが。
それって大見ちゃんのこと？
Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice.
つくば、君には言えなかった。
Dr. Turnbull is frowning, expression even more serious than before.
そのオーガイという人物が今文則の関心の焦点になっているらしいんです。彼が何者で、文則が彼の何について探っているのか、それが分かれば少しは事情が見えてくるかもしれません。お願いです先生、教えてください。この病院で一体何があったんですか？
Dr. Turnbull hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact. But she finally shakes
ご
her
めんな
head.
さい。こればかりは私の一存で話せる事柄じゃないの。
先生。
でも少しだけ待って。私は私なりにいろいろと調べてみる。
お願いします。
Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far.
お互い携帯の番号を交換しておきましょう。何か分かったら連絡するわ。
I guess Dragon got
あ
too
なたたち
high.
も何か新しい動きがあったらすぐに私に教えて。
ええ、わかりました。
Takes a lot for him to get high, or that high.
Yeah. I suppose he's currently laying a dragon at the moment. See, he doesn't chase the dragon, he lays it.
Yes. He doesn't slay the dragon either. Oh, technically he does.
What the?
Were you trying to drink something?
Huh?
Were you drinking something? I heard,
No,
I heard
I
something
was-
over there.
I was eating this.
What are you eating? Boy?
I'm holding it up for you to see if you want.
Oh, god damn it. I can't I'm in the game, fucker. I need to get out. God damn
Come
it.
on, just get a
Hold on.
second screen.
God damn it. HBO Max, fuck off, please. Okay. Oh, I need to go on YouTube stream. Fuck.
Yeah. That's why you also need a third monitor, so you can have all.
Yeah, well,
both
I'm on
streams
my
and a
phone.
game
Okay,
open.
fuck off.
Ah. This reminds me, I do need to get myself a third monitor, set it up over there. I do have space for it.
Oh. He'll be back in a bit. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Ostastjörnur. It's basically, you know, yeah. It's basically a snack that has some cheesy stuff on it. Looks like stars.
Wow. Are they like,
Literally translated to cheese stars.
Yeah, I know, I get that. I'm trying to remember. Are they like Cheez-Its?
Oh no. It's an Icelandic specific snack, like Íslenskt
Oh,
snack.
okay.
Yeah. It's like that Íslenskt snack literally translated to Icelandic star snack.
Neat.
Yep. So nice. What happened to me? Yusuke's awareness returns slowly as the rising from the bog. Okay. What the hell? What's this? I'm hearing the amazing saxophone guy now. Okay, one more wall pitch supposed to come up. But yeah, our great memory boy seems to still be alive.
Alright, Dragon Breath, let's go.
He's cold. No, hot. Something itches like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. Hey! She made him like Fomori! We're seeing from a doctor's perspective. What? It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room. It's everywhere! Terror shatters Yusuke's sanity.
Let's see. Galiquas, Saber Rider, Training Ground Lancer.
He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? The long, wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers.
Hey, friend.
The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free of the worms, tries to stand, loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where did the thing take me? Yusuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor toward the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There's no place to run. Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yusuke's house. In a half-mad dash, he wanders through the nightmare's mockery of his home. That's not fun.
I'm trying to think of who to enhance.
Everybody. In the small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying the blood-soaked canvas like some cruel joke. Everything is exactly where it would be in Yusuke's studio.
Because it is Yusuke's studio.
Yep, the poor boy thinks he's been transferred somewhere. Howling, Yusuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bones shatters, throwing splinters into his fist. He feels the pain, but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yusuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays.
Oh God! The sentinels are up there. The more Quinny sentinels are up there. If I can just get a shot off on my with my dragon breath, they'll get down quite a bit.
Beautiful. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone else here? We're home. His wife and child are home and he is seeing things. Oh no.
Morquendi's went down to like 86.
Nice. Yusuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about saying stuff. Or he may not be saying stuff. I love this siege engine so much.
It's beautiful. Yusuke,
if you didn't know, I'm playing.
Yeah, you're playing as Rune.
Yeah, well, more accurately, Empire Rune.
Ah, gotcha. Yusuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing his way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. Oh no. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Honey, are you home? The monster's growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yusuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it'll eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yusuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. Oh no. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yusuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. A monster screams as the stake pierces its chest and punches through to the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yusuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe.
Did you just stab his wife?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, Doyman. How you doing, my boy? Beautiful to have you here today. And yeah. Our girl Saya messed with his brain, and now this boy sees everything the same way Famui does.
Oh no.
Yeah, he thinks his wife is the monster coming back for his brains. And his child is also in the house.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yusuke grabs the bone
and
twists with all his might. A monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help. Yusuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on his flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yusuke, panting hard, tears the stake from his corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy? Something squeals.
Oh.
Yusuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both accelerated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, grinning like a maniac, Yusuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees, screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yusuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monster might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust.
Wow, those high paladins got fucked.
Yeah.
What bad.
Happy Halloween to you too, Doyman. We're about to watch a papa murder his daughter as he screams, "No, Daddy, no." When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yusuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down. His bloodlust unsated, he pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh. Once, twice, 3 times and more, until there's nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yusuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yusuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There's no escape, no end to the nightmare. A last remnant of Yusuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind. Hi, mister. Yusuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. Hey, Saya. Pretty little thing. She's standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one-piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of this filth-rotten world, she alone glows with beauty. Yusuke feels a sudden black lust rise within. Oh god.
God.
Why is everyone in this game a pedophile?
Haha.
本当
Oh no.
じゃあ実験は成功かも。
Let's use that up. Infighting. Of course, the
Yasuki
sentinels
walks
aren't
up to the
infighting.
strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair. At least, look, man. At least Fumuri asked first. You're just going right in and touching.
こんな可愛らしい女の子はこの世界には君一人しかいないんだろうね。
You know the whole world, eh? Probably. She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry
お嬢
stare.
ちゃん、おじさんと遊んでくれるかい？
How about we play a game, girl? Man, you were a loving husband 5 seconds ago.
いいけど何す
Well,
る
not
の
even 5 seconds ago, like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. A grin parts Yasuki's lips, and he
そ
replies,
りゃもうおじさんが楽しめそうなこと全部さ。
Everything that will please me, of course. Oh, God.
We're doing this right now, aren't
Look, I don't mind characters acting this way when it makes sense. But this man, just 5 minutes ago, woke up in this horror world. Used to be a normal person, woke up in a horror world, killed his wife and child without knowing, thinking they were normal monsters. And now he sees a child, beautiful, and just goes, "I'ma fuck it."
we?
That makes sense.
Hey, Oblivion.
Hey, Oblivion.
You joined at the perfect time. With
Oh,
that,
yes.
he grabs the girl's
Great
collar
time.
and tears the front of her dress wide open.
Whoa.
God. Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, simulating Yasuki's sadism. Even after killing those 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart. And now they have new fuel to burn. I'm sorry, but this is not a human's act.
No, it's not.
いい顔だよ、お嬢ちゃん。おじさんにもっと可愛らしい顔をして見せてくれないかい？
Oh. I'm sorry, but come on. Just because he woke up in a horror dimension and killed 2 monsters does not mean he's gonna walk up to the first normal-looking human child he sees, tear off his clothes, and fuck it. Basically, Bolivian. Also, I can barely hear and understand you. You might want to fix your mic a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just.
It's even worse for me because I'm playing a game on my
It
phone.
was from the elected son. The one you can't give it.
The terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yusuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt.
いや、来ないで。
Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer stride. Okay. Because my direct axe is broken or something. Outrunning his longer stride, Yusuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist. Okay then.
話して。そんな、どうして
I
なの
hear I thought it was a visual novel.
Yeah.
だから言っただろう。お嬢ちゃんが可愛らしすぎるからだって。
You know what this says to me? This simply says to me, this man was the only thing stopping this man from raping his own daughter was the law.
Okay, now that is sexual violence, incest. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's just, come on, man. You used to be a normal human being. Enjoying the sensation of a thin arm struggling futilely against his grip, Yusuke uses his weight to hold her down, ripping off her remaining scraps of clothing.
嫌だ、こんなの嫌。やめて。
What?
Is this even safe in YouTube anymore?
I don't think it is. But hey, I dedicated myself to this game without knowing anything about it. I'll live with the consequences. I'm not a big enough channel to make money anyway.
Alright, good luck.
If my channel disappears tomorrow, you know what happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yusuke stares at the smooth, perfect body of the girl flopping beneath him. The thought of violating such an immaculate creature amid the horrors of this twisted world is irresistibly erotic. Alright.
Oh my god.
Yusuke runs his tongue over her stomach and chest, as though preparing to eat her whole. She stiffens and whimpers at the sensation. Why are we suddenly having the most descriptive... Why is this
the eroge scene?
Yeah, this is the most descriptive we've ever had in eroge in this entire game. Before now, it's always been with a consensual couple. It's been like, yes, innuendo, and then cut to black, after effect. That was nice in that colors. Now it's just, oh yeah, let me lick you. Come on! Japan! Priority!
Because they're not cowards of making the most descriptive thing they ever done. They're not cowards.
Yeah. Her tear-choked voice satisfies Yusuke's lust for conquest. His nightmare has violated him, but now he is able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl. Where he was the victim, he is now the victimizer. The release he feels is intoxicating. Where'd the voice acting go? Did the voice actors quit?
No, you are the voice actors.
No, there was actually voice acting in it.
Yeah, that's it. Fine, I'll voice act.
They just quit.
I'll voice act until the voice actor comes back. No, stop! I'm scared. Fuminori! I haven't done anything yet. I'll ham it up to make it more bearable. Holding his mouth close to the sobbing girl's ear, Yusuke whispers, "If you're this scared already, how will you scream when I put it in you?"
Oh
God.
Help me, Fuminori.
That's fucking...
Thank you for cutting away finally.
Disturbing. Thank
Yeah,
God it cut away.
That went way too far for my comfort.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I am a sadist and a partial masochist, and I do enjoy myself in some rape play and whatnot, but I prefer it to be in my private time or with a partner I love, not random strangers on the internet.
Right.
Someone starts spamming Bolger and tell him to get the fuck in here. His excuses don't matter. Do something with us. Like, have you guys ever done that BDSM test thing on the internet?
No need to test.
Yeah,
I've done
it a few times. Almost every time, near everything on that list is in the 60 to 90%. The only thing that isn't that high is anything related to polyamory or voyeurism. Those are in the 0 to 2% range.
And you're always dead.
Yeah. I do not like sharing my things.
Same with me.
Yeah, you're right.
It's good that we agree on something. On that, at least.
As always,
Is
the
that right
sights
there?
of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I have grown more accustomed to my condition. But that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. Man, I'm just trying to imagine what books and letters and writing looks like to him now.
Yeah.
Huh. Man, seriously, searching
Is
through
is
that...
it like everything? Is it like everything else, where like really good, nice writing looks horrible, and horrible writing looks like
I don't know. Like as
appealing?
far as we know right now, everything in the world looks like this grotesque body horror shit. The only things that don't are the remains of one of his friends and Saya.
Yeah.
Everything else looks like body horror. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure they show tree buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S Town, Shizuke Prefecture, H Town. None of the names are familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside.
Wow.
The photos are all dated
Runic
more than
warriors
10 years
lose
ago.
to Western defenders.
Huh. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Sai will be able to make some sense of them.
Wait, pause. 6'4".
In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. Thank God you're hurrying along, my man, because he's not having a good time. When I step through the gate, I see...
Stop that.
I think he's dying right now from all this
Yeah.
happening.
Nah, this is just normal dying. Happens all the time. I see that the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. It's not just her. I also hear a low, wet grunting. It's now time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. Ah! Thank you, black thing, for keeping me YouTube friendly. A monster is in my house and it's attacking Saya. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. We get voice acting back. I'm happy.
Thank God.
What rage erupts inside me like black lava. Man, that sounds cool. Black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it. It flails its tentacles violently as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. A blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer what it's done to Saya. I give myself to the fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, while pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile. In the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs come from the corner of the kitchen.
Holy hell.
That was intense.
No, well, that was, yes, but I lost
Also, let me just say, This is really cute imagery. It's adorable. You take the context
Same.
away.
Same, it is a cute art style. But if you know the context, it is strangely fucked up.
Oh yeah. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings to my body and cries.
Midori! Midori! 怖かったよ!
I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never have happened to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, maybe I could have prevented this.
ごめんなさい. ごめんなさい.
She says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest.
さやは何も悪くない。さやのせいじゃない。
I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial.
違うの. 私がやったの.
I don't understand. What is he saying?
君がやったって。何を？
私、この人の頭の中を文則と同じ状態にして、文則が感じるのと同じように世界が見えるようにしたの。
She answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with the swollen eyes. It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words.
それは一体どうやって？
Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice.
私にはそういうことができるの。
I am being summoned in another
他の生き
trap.
物の体を組み替えたり、
Be sure to be back to
調
relatively
整した
soon.
り。私に生まれつき備わってる能力なの。どこをどういじればいいのかはその生き物によってまちまちだからちゃんと勉強してからでないとダメだけど文則の脳に何があったのか私は下調べして分かってたからだから同じことができるかどうか
なんでそんなことを
そうすればみんな文則みたいに私に優しくしてくれるようになるかと思って。
My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as he confesses her sorrowful wish.
それなのにこの人は全然優しくなんかなかった。さやのことをいじめたいって壊したいって言ってあんな。
She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there's one thing that I can answer here and now. Saya is mistaken.
僕がさやに優しいのは僕が事故に遭ったからだって。
She nods sadly. I smile and shake my head.
違うよ。それはただの始まり
You're
でしか
watching
ない。
me play the Song of Saya. It's a horror game that apparently has some near eroge scenes in it, and I got really confused when they came along, and I had to play along as if I knew it happened. Yeah.
そんな簡単なことじゃないんだよ。
Also, she's a horrible flesh monster. You can't see that.
A horrible pus monster.
Yeah, she's an eldritch abomination.
僕とさやに出会う
Okay.
それから二人で過ごした時間の
I'm just gonna
その一日一日の積み重ねが
pretend what
今
you
の
said
僕ら
makes
の関
sense.
係を作ってるん
Yeah.
だ。わかるかい？
This visual novel is basically a psychological horror.
文則
あの日から今日までさやと一緒にいた僕だからさやに優しくしてそう思う僕になった。そう思われるさやになったんだ。これって大変なことだろう。
She is still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
分かってる。さっきやっと分かった。
Her smile shines through her
さやに
tears.
は文則しかいないんだって。文 のりみたいな人はもう他に誰もいないんだって。
Now, more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us, and I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I've never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once. This oath of mine.
僕は君の
待って。
She stopped with a finger against my
そ
lips.
の前にみのり、一つだけ確かめさせて。
僕の望み。
Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity.
さっきも言ったけど、私には私にしかできない方法で生き物の体に干渉できる。人間の脳をいじる方法もこれでちゃんと確認が取れたわ。だから
Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before
今ならあ
continuing.
なたの頭を元の状態に戻すこともできるの。
なんだって。
Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of
そ
possibility.
の人にやったのと逆のことを文のりにしてあげればいいだけ。とっても
I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their
だ
meaning.
から文のり、あなたが昔の暮らしに戻りたいかどうか、あの事故で失ったものを取り戻したいのかどうか。
That would be a hard choice. Oh, we have a decision. Oh no, I don't know what ending would be what. I want it all back. Don't need it anymore. You know what? Saya's our girl. She's a cute one. I don't want Fuminoe to turn against her. He doesn't need it anymore. Let's go with that. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here at this moment, there's no doubt in my
あの
mind.
人は誰だったんだい。
Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster.
隣の家に住んでたおじさん。名前は知らないけど。
ああ、
Oh,
鈴見さんか。
he was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. That now I've killed him with my own two hands. I feel little. Mr. Susumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. That pieces of meat around me belonged to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did, he wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever, like the life of the man called Susumi.
なさや。僕の異常を治すことは医者には絶対でき。
文のり？
人間にできないことを簡単にできるっていう君は人間じゃないんだね。
うん。
Saya looks away, expression unreadable. Everything is monsters and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Susumi's dismembered
昔読んだ
corpse.
漫画でさ、事故から生き返ったせいで世界が当たり前に見えなくなる男の話があった。今の僕みたいにね。
I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite
その
well.
男の目には人間が石くれに、機械のロボットが美女に見えるんだ。だから男は人とは似ても似つかないロボットに恋をしてしまうんだ。
I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Susumi's body. I start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating.
なあ、これうまそうだし食べちゃおうか。
ふみのり。
あ、ごめん。
Oh, sorry.
今はそんな気分になれないよね。でも死んじゃえば肉は肉だし、捨てるのももったいないと思わないか。
あなたはいいの？
いいよ。
I answer easily. There's no longer any room for doubt in my
あと
mind.
隣の家に奥さんと娘さんがいるはずなんだ。旦那がいなくなったら騒ぐかもしれないし、通報される前に飼っとこうと思うんだな。
そんな風であなたはいいの？
Saya asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my
さっき
sincerity.
の漫画の話だとね、人でないものを愛した男は最後に自分が人間であるハッピーエンドだよ。だろ？
ふみのり。
さやと一緒にいられるのなら僕はもう何もいらない。何もかもこのままでいい。
Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
言ってもいいよね。さや、君のこと愛してる。
As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her voice. I kinda wish they'd used another picture for this, you know? This picture doesn't completely fit this scenario.
あなたのこと後悔させたくないのに。なのに。
I have sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. You have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry
で
again.
も嬉しい。私って身勝手だよね。
身勝手でいいよ。さやのわがままなら聞くよ、僕は。
Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar
あと
before.
の2人だけど多分おじさんが殺してる。
そうか。そりゃ好都合だ。
After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Susumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use their refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine.
この写真知ってる？
After we finish our labors and go get into bed, I show Saya what I found in Oga's house.
この1枚見覚えがあるよ。確かにさやの知ってる場所。
The photo that Saya has selected is the one with a Tochigi Prefecture address on the
これ
back.
は家だよね。それと木と。
そう。ふみのりすごいね。写真も見られるようになった？
まあね。
At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The houses in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above, only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of the 3 pictures shows a similar scene. A lone house in the middle of a thick
パ
forest.
パはね、別荘だって言ってた。
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties looking for the perfect location for his hideaway. Saya recognizes only one of the houses. That must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location and the road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by
お
car.
父さんがここにいる可能性は？
電話してみたけど出なかったよ。
でも最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね。
The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero.
明日にでも行ってみようかな、ここ。
Saya pouted. I wasn't expecting her to object.
でもここ遠いんでしょ？
行って調べて帰ってきても、まあ、半日もあれば十分さ。
その間、さやはお留守番なの？
So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, a smile interrupts Saya's head.
少しは我慢してくれよ。な？そやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ？
うん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says,
ねえ、ふみのり。パパのことはもういいよ。
え？
That's the last thing I expected her to say.
いいって、でも、君のお父さんだろ？心配じゃないのか？
いいの。
Saya
私
says,
にはもうふみのりがいるし。
coming closer to feel my warmth.
パパって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でもふみのりの方が優しくて
Saya's words make me
あった
happy,
かい。
but I also hear the loneliness in
本
them.
当に僕だけでもいいのか？
うん。ふみのりは嫌？
いや、でも、そうだな。やっぱり、大貝教授には会ってみたい。
Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue.
さやのことをもっとよく知りたいから、僕以外にさやのことを知ってる人がいるなら、ぜひ会ってみたい。
そうなんだ。
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに、やっぱり明日、この場所に行ってみよう。
Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for this mountain retreat.
さや、寂しいかもしれないけど、ちょっと我慢して待っててくれ。
She nods and looks questioningly into my
やっ
eyes.
ぱりふみのりにはさ、家族とか友達とかもっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
そりゃ、その方が楽しいだろうね。
Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I heard
で
the
も
ad.
勘違いしないでくれよ。たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
ありがとう。
Giggling, Saya rubs her cheeks against mine.
さやもふみのりが喜びそうなこと、ふみのりのためだけに頑張るからね。
Something just for you. That's not ominous. Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. And how long is this novel anyway? Ah, okay. Huh. Hey, it's Stag's birthday today. Ah. If any of you know Stag, wish him a happy birthday, alright? He's a beautiful bastard that he is. Do-do-do. Oh, sorry. I forgot to read. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, reaches to his belt for his new camera phone. But curses realizes that ringtones come from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet. And calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. When he finally fetches the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Okai house.
はい。
いや、コージ。今日はもう講義はないよな。
ああ。
Of course, Fuminori would know Koji is free on Thursday afternoons.
相談がある。 駐車場に来てくれないか。
今すぐにか。
あ、待ってる。
Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. This sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk. In which case, Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Oh, and wrong it is indeed.
いいや。
In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今、オーガイっていう人についていろいろと
そうらしいな。
それがな、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。やっぱり僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something. But now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
で、お前にも手伝ってほしいんだ、コウジ。
Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ。
Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
だって、お前も関心あるんだろ、コウジ。
Fuminori responds coolly, his smile unreadable as ever. Offers no glimpse of his true motives.
お前も僕の後から、オーガイ教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃない。僕とお前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。
Why? Why does he sense a malice, thick and vicious, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
ともかく、今日は足が必要なんだ。
まあ、構わんが。
Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that it needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
どこに行くんだ？
栃木の北の方。那須高原の近所だな。
栃木？
Koji can't believe his
住所は
ears.
これだ。この建物を探してほしい。
Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back. Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or
今から出
impressed.
発すれば夕方頃には着くだろう。
まあ、そうかもしれんが。
Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end.
別荘か何かか、これは。
多分、そこにオーガイ教授もいるらしい。
Should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear
東
it.
京に戻るのは夜中かもな。
悪いな。世話をかけて。
いいさ。
Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he'd thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for familiar faces as lunch cools on the table in front of her. Hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company, and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she is all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where's Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery as Koji and Dr. Tanbu suspect? Yo recalls the events of last Thursday, alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally visited her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make a problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her? A reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori. What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori, and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard, might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Stupid girl, no it isn't. Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold. Not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to the situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo was always dependent on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title and the sender is... Omi. Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. Ha! If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that Yomi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that a message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send test messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain these sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times, when the feeling for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password in the phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it. Which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Oh no. Oh, I never actually noticed that. Oh, maybe a little. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title. The sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. I mean, Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promised to reveal Fominori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. Seamus starts to dial Koji's cell, but his sudden suspicion stops her. A sender might be somewhere nearby watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as he looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone. Tell no one. Our lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give in to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fominor are beyond her reach. That is what she truly wants. Even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty, she wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. Dumb cunt. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, everybody. I'll be right back, alright? And I'm back. Apologies, I had to pay my taxes real quick. And now that I am back, and since it's a calm hour, let me open up Steam and check how long this game is supposed to be, yeah? oFsaya. Let's see. Hmm. 5.9 hours on record, eh? Sounds like that. I need to track down the uncensored version of this then. Apparently it's been censored a lot for Steam. But, yeah, that's for me in my own time. Hold on. Okay. So it's usually about 4 to 6 hours then. Gotcha. You've definitely been here longer than that. So we should be approaching the end of this relatively soon. That's good to know. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air, a stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the houses around her is dead. Well, I mean, they might be at this point. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front door or front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yor doesn't know, of course. I'd almost stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo was experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Yomi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from his phone. Come in. The door is open. Wait, was that tongue? Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as it realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement out of the corner of her eye. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, a tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the message is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time, she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee, but the terror she feels toward her invisible watcher is stronger, and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. Sound logic there, girl. Absolutely. She has nowhere to run. You can walk backwards. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in the hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. Ah, poor thing. By the way, now that I just learned that the Steam version is heavily censored, which it's understandable because it's not living up to what I expected from it, I will track down the uncensored version, and I'm gonna play it in my own time because, you know, if this is the censored version, Steam isn't, YouTube and Twitch are just gonna ban me flat out if I show that shit. But
yeah, I mean,
yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of it. This seems like something I'd really like to just enjoy, like actual, like I want to actually see the macabre scenery on full display. Plus, the sex might be nice.
yeah.
I mean, come on, mad fucking and eldritch horror. What's not to love?
Yeah, not my kink.
It's also not my specific kink. Oops. Ah, there we go. Apologies for that. Pause. Apparently, this one gets shaken up a bit. Yeah, I saw it again. But yeah, it's also not my specific kink. I'm just a jack of all trades.
To Jack?
Yeah, basically. Like, for my situation, there's nothing that really specifically turns me on, but there's also nothing that really specifically turns me off. Basically means I can fap to anything.
Yeah.
Though I do have a thing for anal, I will admit that. And oral.
Yeah. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
It's like once you've tasted it, you cannot go back.
Exactly. I just realized, in the situation of anal, this sounds really bad. Once you go black, you never go back. That sounds messy.
Indeed.
Oh. But yeah, let's continue. The house is dark, even though it is in the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. The foyer, I must say that. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out from the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. Oh, fuck, burps. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before. But that doesn't mean Omi is here. She tells herself, they might belong to someone else. Someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here. Is there? I mean, she's here, she's there, over there, and over yonder. And a bit of some part of over there as well, you know, she's all over the place. With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtains. Or, hear me out, they left the phone there and went somewhere else. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide. She is with the phone, you confirm it now. She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there is no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she could not take another step.
Omi-chan, だよね。咲坂くんだよね。
As he climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It will be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but the trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. Oh, nice hips. After climbing what seems an eternity, you'll find yourself standing in the second floor hallway. No sounds greet her. There's only the gloom brimming with silent malice.
Omi-chan! Omi-chan!
She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice.
出てきてよ。お願いだよ。こんなの、もう、やだよ。
A door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move of its own volition, slowly opens the door. Hello. Hello, pretty painting colors. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to your skin. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Something grabs... Oh hey, boobies. Something grabs Yo's arms from behind. Something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. the escape impossible. Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breasts. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in a dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity.
Always. Always.
Always.
Yeah.
Like, I will admit, I love how these authors of these horror shows always go like, alright, this slightly terrifying thing, this person that saw it, mentally broken, insane now. Well, what? Why? What happened? Nah, they were just unstable to begin with. They're just mentally insane now. Come on, man. Humanity's not that weak to mental attacks.
That's the principle of like being like faced with the god or something.
Awful. From close by comes the beat of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She's powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. I'm just disappointed now. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Saya is jealous. I'm just disappointed. Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breasts. Yo curls up into a tiny, sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it's laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you? Thief. She is jealous. Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it has covered her entire lower body. I see. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. Of course. She will be raped, powerless to resist a fate worse than death. She pleads feebly, even though there's no hope that the inhuman creature will be merciful. And yes, I said the R word on YouTube. Much harm is done for.
I mean, is this even allowed on Twitch or something?
I don't know. Like, this is from Steam. This was censored enough for Steam to allow it. And the way I was reading everything, I didn't even know this was an eroge. I thought it was just a horror thing. Now we have some sexual shit happening. So...
And so that's why she got like weird...
Like so far, it's always stopped before it got too bad. The worst we've had so far is hinting at things, saying it and inside you, mentioning breasts and showing boobies on screen. That's the worst that's happened so far. I'm gonna go on with faith that it's gonna continue like that in this censored version, and hope I don't regret it. If only because I still want to see how this goes. And at this point, I'm in too deep.
Yeah. No pun intended.
Yeah.
お願い。それだけは。
She hears its bubbling laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She's only able to shiver in revulsion as the cold, slimy thing covers her body. Its sight grows dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into a black swamp-like abyss. That's a bit happy-ended, allegory. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. Thank you for going black. I did not want to read that to an audience. I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears her voice whisper to her inside her head. It is a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core.
Oh. Yeah.
God, it's continuing, god damn it. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. Okay, we're back. It should be unbearable, but there's no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. While she stares blankly at the thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. Don't worry, YouTube Twitch, it's just sliding through her body in the horribly mutilating way, as in penetrating her stomach and tearing her body to pieces. Don't worry, it's just mutilation and gore. Nothing sexual.
Yes.
I love the fact that me saying that actually makes the situation better for the censors. Oh.
But like anything with common sense, it would make the thing worse.
Yeah, like it's just it baffles me that saying don't worry, she's only being brutally torn to pieces, butchered and murdered is better for the censors than saying oh yes, she's just having sex.
Yeah, but I mean who's behind the algorithm?
Yeah,
bunch of like prude people from America. They can't handle a pair of boobies for their lives. So
I've still never been kissed, have I? That's always a wonderful final thought. Yay! We're back with a non-sexual assault.
Cool.
It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway.
It's 4:40, it's almost 5.
Yep, it's currently 3:39 for me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I think.
I might still be streaming when you come back. I'll probably be playing Resident Evil or another horror game.
Yeah. I mean, do you mean tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are you doing like a 24-hour stream?
Not 24 hours. I'm just going for my entire night. Basically.
No, I don't think. I think I will be.
Let's see.
Be up at 12.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I might be streaming for like 6, 8 more hours.
Yeah, I don't think I will be there. Sorry.
It's alright, Gollum. We all have our moments.
Yeah.
See you later, precious.
See you later. Have a good night.
Same to you. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out of the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking him in the eye when he talks, so why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? I wonder. Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers. Not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Alright, man, now you're just reading the script and implementing that into your thoughts, my man. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch. Koji says suddenly, trying to gouge Fuminori's
いなくなって
reaction.
今日で1週間になる。まだ何の連絡もない。
そう
No. Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the
心配
distance.
だね。どうしたんだろう。
Fuminori replies curtly, still staying in the distance. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near the destination.
もう一度聞くが、お前何か思い当たる節はないか？
いや、全然。
Fuminori answers in exact same tone that he used. Koji first questioned him, following Omi's disappearance.
まるで気にかけてないみたいだな。
Koji's eyes narrow.
そんなことないさ。
Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt. He can't believe Koji could think.
彼女、
could think such a thing.
僕の家に来る途中でいなくなったんだろう。もちろん僕だって心配だよ。
Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger. But from Fuminori, who was his best friend, it's... Hold on, let me go back a bit. Of course I'm worried. I feel like there's a piece of text here missing, honestly. Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori was still hiding inside the shell he directed around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori never revealed his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left then is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
オウミはな、筑波のことでお前に話があったんだ。
Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Shukuba's name. Perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, seems like pity. A sort one directed an ant or a worm.
筑波さんか。参ったね。まあ、あんなことがあった後だからさ、最近声がかけづらくて。
Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him. But he didn't. Or at least if Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person who only possesses the memories of Kisaka Fuminori. The snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already be getting a lot of snow. However, the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
本当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか？
Who would buy a home in a place like this?
人目につかないところだからこそ、大貝教授は気に入ったはずなんだ。
The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
これ本当に道か？
Koji stops the car and sticks his head out of the window to stare into the dark forest. But he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees.
写真だとどう見える？
Fuminori hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees.
なるほどな。アングルは間違いない。
行ってみよ
う。Let's check it out. Righty then. Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there's a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. The sun sets early at high altitudes as the car creeps up the mountain path. Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in his hand. A perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car.
Oi!
Hey! That's right. Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All of the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it is obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time, just like the house in Tokyo. There's no point in being considered now, and goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course. Koji sees no reason for restraint at what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Koji would prefer to leave such a forbidding place to Fuminori. It's not like he could just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. It turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler. Exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. A few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates. Oh, wow. The boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back upstairs and walks around the outside of the cabin. And there he finds the backyard. Hey, well, it's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. A remnant of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. Looks like a well from the ring, honestly. Expecting the ring gold to just come up there. A well. The well has no bucket or pullery. When Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the mountains and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here. Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge? A place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she knows something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. It's barely a signal, but he managed to get through. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tambo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that he'd better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
どうも、殿浩二です。昨日はお世話になりました。
Koji leaves a clear and concise message, explaining that he went with Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai.
東京に戻ったらまたこちらから連絡します。では。
Sorry, my throat's getting dry. Getting hard to pronounce words now. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tambo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about his trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking you check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number. They're surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, a call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
Tsukuba na no ka?
There's a response. But is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
Tono Koji da yo. Tsukuba na no ka? Ima doko nan da?
After a short period of nothing but pained moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. What the hell did Saya do? Yo must be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. Does not make any sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart in an iron grip. What's happened to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her.
Tsukuba! 警察を呼べ! 助けを呼ぶんだ!
Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough, as though trying to expel something filling her throat. Tsukuba! Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. Which is why he is unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand. Also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneak up on him until it was too late. Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting out Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. Oh, not the cute boy. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There's nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backward over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, thirsty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. He tries to shout, but comes out as a hoarse groan, distorted by the echo in the cramped space. Fuminori's laughter under the hand is as clear as a bell. He says scornfully. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face. He finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could easily have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around his side of the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help.
落ちた拍子に死んでればまだ苦しまずに済んだもん。こうぞ。
お前、おい、まさか。
Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji while he thought of his friend's death. I guess we took the bad route.
どうして?
He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder?
別段今すぐ殺す必要なんてなかったんだけどね。もしかしたらお前は僕の邪魔をするようになるやつかもしれないし、せっかく人目につかないところまで出かけるんならついでにと思ってさ。
ついでにって、お前そんな理由で俺を。
Hey, this isn't my sexy boy. Who are you and what did you do with my sexy boy?
お前、死ぬのに理由が欲しいのか?
Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing.
何様のつもりだ、コージ。人は何の理由もなく死ぬんだよ。
むちゃくちゃだ。
そんなに理由が欲しいなら、一人でじっくり考えなよ。そこでなら、時間はたっぷりあるだろう。
Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world.
Fuminori! Oi! Fuminori!
Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this well.
つくばが大変なんだ。おい、Fuminori! 聞いてくれ。ここから出してくれ。
In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silent springs will kill him. Well, that's fun. I feel great. The same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. It is a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. A plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned. In which case, it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. It dried well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now, one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba, yo, mustn't underestimate her just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even she should be able to see a connection between the disappearances of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he reported all the cases to a third party, I have to track down and limited that person too. Ah. Our boy does not know about the doctor. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. Saya's not thinking of that. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flat station, just as the train started running. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the limited express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. I even know this. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous, but I'm not sure how I'd get her out of there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it'll be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion. And even I have some pride. I want to show her that a man can take care of business. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. Our search for Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of his having been there, but I see no reason to be frustrated. Sai isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity.
Tadaima.
It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home. The sound of Sai running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. Makes me feel warm inside. She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual. Yes, the percentages have come in finally! I knew it was only a matter of time before we got power scaling into this.
私の方ももうちょっとで準備が終わるとこ。
準備?
Preparation? Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile.
文則をね、びっくりさせる準備。
どういうこと?
まだ内緒。それより文則疲れてるでしょ？お腹空いてる？それともお風呂？
I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat. Now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in the dirt and sweat of the road.
何か口に入れて、それから風呂に入りたいな。
そう言うと思って沸かしてあるよ、お風呂。一晩中外にいたんだもんね。
ああ、そりゃも
う。I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. Ah, nice bath.
大変だったんだ。
While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure.
殺すのは思った以上に楽だったんだよ。ただ、帰り道がね。
The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as he massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. Ah, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and hallway untouched just in case someone should see inside. So these three rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home.
この季節でも山の寒さは尋常じゃないね。夜中あたりは凍死するんじゃないかってヒヤヒヤした。
そのコウジって人の服も取り上げて重ね着してくればよかったのに。
おいおい、コウジは井戸に落としたんだってば。着てた服も井戸の底だよ。
ああ、そっか。
Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully.
で、あと心配なのがつくばよって女の人。
She's such a cute eldritch abomination. So now there's just that Tsukuba girl to worry about. Sorry.
コウジが消えたのと僕のことを結びつけて考えそうなのはそいつ一人だけだからね。
Saya glances at me over her shoulder like she knows something that I don't.
その人の殺し方 もう文則
それがまだなんだ。いろいろと考えたんだけどね。だからさやの知恵も借りようかと思ってさ。
任せといて。
She says, grinning with unusual confidence.
さやはね、文則が想像もつかないような方法を知ってるよ。もう解決したも同然なんだから。
Aw, what a cute murder couple.
そうか。
さてと、もういい加減仕上がってる頃だし。
Saya says. Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises
で
from the
よ、
bath.
文則。見てほしいものがあるんだ。目をつぶって。私がいいって言うまで開いちゃダメ。
What does it look like? I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, a sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen.
さや。
目を開けちゃダメ。
I don't know why. I'm sorry, but I love genocidal maniacs or little murderers that are just in love with each other and can just waltz, have a fun waltz engrossed in each other with neither of them caring about the bodies littered around the dance floor. I love that. It's a cute little thing. In real life, I wouldn't like that. But in stories and whatnot, that's the character I kind of always like. She admonishes me, then strokes my arm soothingly.
危ないものじゃないから安心して。
Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Sai would let someone in our house at what happened 2 days ago. But then I realized there's something strange. Isn't Sai the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed, when Sai leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me that there's someone only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach.
さあ、ご対面。文則、目を開けて。
I open my eyes and am struck dumb by what I see. Tsukubayo is curled up on the floor with not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom naked? Moreover,
ど
why
う
is she...
文則、この子の体。
綺麗だ。でも、なんで僕にもちゃんと。
It doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukubayo I remember, the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is.
この子ね、文則のことが好きだったんだって。
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she find
だ
out?
から私、この子の体を作り変えてあげたの。ちゃんと文則にも可愛がってもらえるような姿に。
Oh hey, the bots are back. Yep, I can see them. More pedophiles everywhere. Hold on, let me take out that. Block user on YouTube. And block use. Add to block list and restream. There we go.
I have returned.
Hey, Ozark. Let me fill
Hello.
you in on what. Let me fill you in on what you missed.
All right.
So, Fuji. God, why can't I get that name right? Fujimori? Fujimori took Koji to the cabin that, they discovered Dr. Ogai owned, that one far away.
Yeah.
He was gonna just kill him there, But then he found Kojai on the phone in front of a well, so he just pushed him in there. Kojai's still alive in the well, but with the way the story's going, he's gonna die there. A slow, painful death of freezing to death. Meanwhile, while he was doing that, his lovely little eldritch abomination Saya lured on a yacht into Fujimura's house, and there she raped her, and then twisted her body in some way, and all we know so far is that her fingers don't look like they're supposed to, her ear has melted off, and her body is melting and twisting.
My god.
So now that Fujimura is back here, he can actually see her as a normal human. And as you can see here, so I decided to change her body into one that you can love back. Like, this girl loves you, you know. I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did you find out? So, I decided to change her body into one that you can love back. Huh. She's a cute little eldritch abomination. She's really supportive.
Yeah. I swear, if I get Saya in the fucking Mude bot in one of my friends' servers, I'm going to fucking rage.
If what?
Mude bot. It's a bot where you can get like waifus or husbandos and whatever. There's seven chances to get like whatever you want. But you can only claim one of them.
Gotcha. Also,
then
by
there's
the way,
other perks.
And along the way, I searched up on Google to see how long the game actually is, because I was getting worried that it was going to drag on. It seems that usually it only goes on for like 4 to 6 hours. But
yeah,
what's really been slowing us down is the tangents we keep going, and the fact that I'm reading a lot of the text out loud, so that's slowing it down a lot.
Yeah.
So, it's probably like an hour or two left, which I said also a long time ago. But I also discovered that the Steam version was heavily and extremely censored to be allowed on Steam.
Really?
A lot of the actual gore, murder, and the macabre scenes, and a lot of the sexual ones have been flat out removed or changed. And a lot of the text too. Apparently some of the story has also changed, so I'm gonna basically try and I'm gonna finish this thing, basically, then go playing some other horror games. Then my own time, I'm just gonna see all the options that are available in this, get 100% on it. Then I'm gonna track down the uncensored version and see if I can enjoy myself.
I got Man of the Hour, Lokeru Marcos.
Nice.
Alright, now he's part of the family. Like he was originally in the other in the vanilla deck.
Yeah. Saya passes the gates.
Let's see. What pilot is he? He was adopted by Loksha Kavatha.
Ah.
None of my generals are dead. And my fucking faction heir has 3 sons on their way, and a 4th one already in command.
Ah, that's beautiful. I still don't understand why Saya chose you, but this last statement is even more baffling. She changed you?
ねえ、ふみのり、おとといも言ったでしょ？私には他の生き物の体に細工ができるんだって。
Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some parts of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand.
Athalas, bladesmen,
but
crossbows, dwarf guard.
隣のおじさんにしたような小細工じゃなくて、今回のは大掛かりな変換だったけど、でもこれが私の能力の本当の使い方なんだよ。実際にやってみたのはこれが初めてなんだけど。これが
本当によ。
Your finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. The features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature unrecognizable as human, here is now the very image of human femininity. There's no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態構造についてはね、サヤはもうこの星で一番のエキスパートなの。いっぱい勉強したからね。
Saya declares, voice full of pride for her first creation.
勉強って何を誰から学んだんだ？いつどうやって？
She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって毎日海のりを注ぎ込んでもらったじゃない。私の中に。
Saya blushes.
あれ、要は人間っていう生き物の設計図みたいなものだから。
Our adorable little eldest abomination has been studying this man's sperm to get to understand the blueprint of the human body.
Wow.
Ah, goddamn. Of course it is.
私にはそれを読み解くことができるの。好きなようにいじることもね。
Those bladesmen are getting fried.
でもね、やっぱり最初だったもんだから手際よくできなくって。
Messiah approaches, still trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body. The only sounds coming out of her mouth are frightened moans.
あいにく心の方は壊れちゃったみたい。
Saya sighs in mild disappointment.
なんだかんだで変身が終わるまでに20時間もかかっちゃったから、ちょっとかわいそうなことしちゃったかな。
Yo looks up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She's no longer able to ask me for help, though, or even to call my name.
どう？気に入ってくれた？
Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation. I am at a loss for how to respond.
だって文則、友達や家族が欲しいって言ってたでしょ。だからこれはさやからのプレゼント。
Her innocent explanation only confuses me further. Hey, we got more bots in the chat. Of course.
What's up with the bots?
Block user on YouTube and a block list on Restream. I don't know what it is, but apparently the pedophilic bots love coming to my channel. Maybe it's just the way I talk.
These guardsmen and crossbowmen are going to get fried.
Yeah.
And anyone want fried wine?
I do a little bit. Also, Ozark. Let me read what she just said. You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you? That's why I got you this present.
Oh boy.
Her innocent explanation only confuses me further. So yeah. Because, Fujimori just went, yeah, I'd like family and friends, that'd be nice. She went, oh, I'll kidnap your childhood friend, torture her horrendously, and turn her body into what I am. Then you can love her back. Family.
This game, or this VN,
Yeah.
Holy shit.
God damn, I will admit, I absolutely adore our Eldritch Abomination here. She's adorable.
おいおい、子犬か何かじゃあるまいし。
Not a dog.
似たようなもんだよ。どうせ頭の中なんて
There's
真っ
not
白な
much
の。
difference. Her head is totally empty. Do you see this, Ozark?
No, hold on. No, there's not much difference here. Or just totally in Jesus.
Oh.
That's
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the transformation for Yo took a total of 20 hours, and she's basically mentally broken right now, so... Like, Saya's not wrong, but... You know? It's more through absolute horrific trauma that just shattered her mind. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. I love Fujimori's response here. It's not that. Holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think. That's his issue here. The logistics of holding her captive. That's the issue. Don't worry about it. Look, I have it chained up. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. A chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts.
LS3.
Yo tries to get away again. Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo stumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said. He doesn't have the brains to escape or get help, eh? Alright. Properly broken. I said it before, but you weren't here for it, but I love this archetype. The two maniacal villains having a gentle waltz, absorbed in just each other. Nothing else but them matter as they stare into each other's eyes. Completely ignoring the bodies that litter the dance floor of the people they just killed. I love that archetype of character.
I'm surprised the cops aren't more readily involved in this story.
Yeah, but anyone who's ever came to a situation they might call the cops has just died.
Yeah, I get that, but there are also there's also what, high school? Are these high school or college students?
University students.
University, whatever. I'm surprised their parents aren't not more concerned about this shit.
Yeah, there's obviously there's holes in it here or there, but
yeah.
But it's still if you don't think about it too deeply, it's a good story. Some parts I'd prefer omitted when I'm doing a live stream, but good nonetheless.
This is why you don't play FSN on stream.
Look, this is why you don't play in the visual novels on stream without researching what the fuck they're about first.
Right.
By the way, I'm gonna get myself some more soda. I'll run out.
Okay.
Right back.
Still a Vine Lord, so the Vine region's still alive.
And I'm back.
Okay, so do you want an update on Rune?
Sure.
At the moment? So, well, Dorminion really, but just found out that Swain is still Vine Lord, so his father is still alive somewhere.
Huh. That's something.
I just started to assault Saint-Ennui, and Swain only has like him and 3 other units in there. I can just take it.
Oh yeah, I have a question for you.
Huh?
You know what a rune in like either 3rd age or early DAC? You know Bori? The general that was usually in on in the eastern settlement between, not all the way up on the Lake of Ruin, but a little down.
I think.
Yeah, I loved Bori because his portrait was like of that really golden rune unit, and I used to kill off my faction leader and heir to make him the faction heir and leader, and then I named the save on a Bori's Land of Golden Honey. Yeah, Bori the Golden.
I don't know if
I don't know what it is about Bori, but I just loved him so much. Something with the name. I'm so sad they got rid of him. I want Bori back, you know? He was a good boy.
I kind of don't know if I like the Lokan having Wards of the Golden Sun over Dragon Wrath Cataphracts.
Yeah, I can understand you there.
Wardens are good though.
Yeah, they are good.
For a spear unit, they're 10 attack, 6 charge, 29 total defense. I think Rukars is actually better. You get 9 attack, 28 defense.
It was 1,000 milliliters in a liter, yes?
I think.
Yeah. Then
1,000 of anything.
Yeah.
1,000 of anything is like the next tier up.
Yeah. Then after I've drunk these 3 cans here, tonight while streaming, I will have drunk 2 liters, 2.5 liters effectively of soda.
What kind of soda?
First it was Coke, that was the first half liter, and the rest is just Pepsi.
Okay.
Saya has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill you, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old you. And if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed you without taking her life. Though there's still the problem of what she means by giving you to me.
嬉しくない?
Saya asks dejectedly, her confidence suddenly gone.
私、また何か勘違いしてた?
Yeah.
I love how casual Saya is here. Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you? Just... Saya! Come on. Oh, he's such a cute little horror monster.
この子の世話は
Would never
ちゃん
want
と
her in
私
real
が
life.
一人でや
Never.
るよ。
God
I
damn.
need to
海のりに
Story
めんどく
wise.
さい思いなんてさ
use
せ
my
ないよ。
actual like custom
それでも
generals because they're really good.
ダメ?
Huh.
First, I
Saya.
need to see if I can find a goddamn
Oh, sorry?
other general.
Saya actually wants to keep you around. I can take good care of her all by myself. I want her to make things difficult for you. So can she stay, please? She's adopted a dog.
Basically.
Uh,
I thought for sure there was an extra general around here.
That's not it. The last thing I want is to reject this symbol of Saya's affection. how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない。違うんだ。
Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in the 3 months since the accident, and she's a woman. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Alright, the author's intentions are coming through. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ。嬉しいんだけど、素直に喜んでいいのか。
Saya looks puzzled, as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
だってほら、この子だって女の子だからさ、僕がサヤの他に別の女の子と一緒に暮らすっていうのは嫌じゃないのか。
After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say.
そんな、文則って考えすぎだよ。
Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his... Damn. Okay, this can be taken a number of ways. One means that, you know, a man faced with a woman's naked body can't react in a way, you know, he can't help but think sexual things and maybe get aroused. That's understandable. Another is the one I think the author might be looking at is he can't help but assault her.
Jeez.
God damn. I'm hoping this is just the author basically writing from the perspective of, okay, how do I get this world to be as fucked up as I possibly can, and not this is actually how I feel.
Right.
That looks like you're worried.
おかしい。本当に優しいんだね。
そうか。
この子はね、文則のことを喜ばすためだけにサヤが用意したの。文則がこの子のこと好きになって、この子と過ごすのを楽しいって思うようになってくれたら、それ遠慮するようなことじゃないよ。
こう言っちゃなんだが。
I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings.
男って、その、ものすごく下劣な生き物だから、ほら、陽の体って、サヤの裸とはまた全然違う特徴があるだろう。これって、サヤのこと好きだって思う気持ちとは全然別のところで、その、かなり気をそそられるってのが。
With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider until she finally starts shaking with laughter.
わかるわかる。文則は男の子だからそれでいいの。
Patting my shoulder with one hand, wiping tears from my eyes with the other.
いいのか?
I asked again, as though trying to force her to say no. Saya answers with a smile. Saya answers me with a smile, whose like I have never seen before. Oh, sorry.
Fucking face, though. I know, I see it. Holy shit.
The way any man wishes a woman would look at them.
Not that.
What? Well, you want to wake up to this?
No.
It is calm, so terribly calm. There's something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from a usual bright childish expression.
文則とサヤは恋人同士。で、筑波陽はそんな二人のペット。
You and I are lovers, and Tsukuba-yo is our pet.
この子は私と文則に可愛がられるたびにそのことを思い出すの。
She will be reminded of that when we play with her, every day from now on. Ah, this expression really fits this. I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. And that is the very reason Saya visited it upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she has done to you is so very human.
What?
I mean, let's be honest, it is a very human thing to do. Not exactly what she did, but in the way she lashed out. It's like, okay, this is someone who loves my man, and my man once loved her. She has features I will never have. I absolutely hate and despise her for that. How can I make her pay as much as I can?
Okay, now I ask you.
Yeah.
I am running out of melee. Very much so. I need to, I can assault Santan. Well, I can assault Santan Wei, but I mostly have archers and mercenaries that are at full strength.
Yeah. The archers are usually the last to end up dying in an army. Though his shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon your wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me. For the flames that have consumed you are fueled by that very love.
So I wonder, does Saya see them in the same light as well, whoever the fuck that guy is?
Fefe. Let's call him Fefe.
Fuji, whatever.
Let's call him Fefe.
Okay, Fefe.
No, she does not. She sees everything as normal.
Okay.
She is just an eldritch abomination that no one else can look at.
So does she know how he sees her?
Yeah. Like, he has explained everything to her effectively. How he sees the world and how he sees her. And that's why she did what she did to Yor. She made Yor effectively like her, corrupted her body, twisted and shaped it, so that Fefe would see Yor like Yor sees... No, so like Fefe sees Saya. So that he has to be able to see her as a person. Like, from what I'm understanding, is effectively, the more like everything, like, if you take a normal thing and you shape it to be like he usually sees it, like he would see the normal thing, then he sees it as a normal thing. But if it's just a normal thing, he sees it like this body horror bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's presence.
気に入ってるのかい？
とっても綺麗で触り心地もいいんだよ。
She's very pretty and feels good to touch. That's a nice pet there, okay.
じゃあ、二人でこいつと遊ぶときも、さやはさやで楽しめる。
もちろん。
I see. Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chain and pulls you to her feet.
ねえ、海のり、触ってごらんよ。柔らかくて気持ちいいよ。
I think we're getting to another fun part. That's not good for that I don't enjoy sharing with other people. As Yol looks up at me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach as my gaze roam freely over a lost body and ripe breasts. What is it with authors and focusing so much on the breasts?
Titties.
I know, but come on. Ass, thighs, hips.
The dragon tip.
Yeah. It's always the breasts, never anything else. I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's, enjoying the feel. I continue to cherish Yor's head.
Caress.
Caress, thank you. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind, and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. We have titties on the screen. Let me just put my mouse over there to censor that. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at this sudden rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue to knead her breast as my lust demands. I never understood the squeezing and the kneading of the breasts. I've never really felt anything from that. It's like massaging lumps of fat, really. I don't get it.
And then sometimes milk.
Yeah. But I just, personally, I don't understand it. But I realize some people like it, so, you know.
I'm a tits man myself.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just a personal thing of mine.
What?
They're incredibly soft. When I squeeze them, it's like my fingers are being sucked inside. Oh, yo, tits man. That must also mean you're enjoying it. You're really enjoying what I'm reading right now. Don't you enjoy hearing a man's voice explain all this?
No.
See, your misery now makes it bearable for me.
Okay.
Hey, what can I say? I must say this. And I like humiliating people, it's nice. The tears in your eyes cause a new sadistic desire to well up within me. Oh, that's a nice scream. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choked scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Susumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. Looks painful, Saya says, peering curiously at your tear-struck, streaked face. The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as he trembles beneath me. Her breasts heaving like storm-tossed ships. God damn, that's a hilarious image. These sights and these sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lusts. And the night has only just begun. So yeah, I think a segment here has been cut out that...
Yeah.
Yeah. Later, as I lie in my bed drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that the three of us would be a family. A new home, new food, a new family. All granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands and made a third my mindless slave. Yet, despite all that I have done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. Fuminori! That's his name.
Yeah, Fuminori.
How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged about the unknown world into which we are heading. And so, while playing with Saya's head, I asked, Ooh, will we get an answer? I don't expect an answer. If Saya is asleep or doesn't want to respond, I don't mind. That went down the wrong windpipe. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes. Kind of hard to explain. She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, and says simply, You know the dandelion flower? The one that scatters its seeds in the wind? Yeah? As she considers Saya's answer, she continues her story.
ただ一粒
There's
だ
a
けの
lot of
種でも
fire garden.
もしかしたら
Yeah.
頑張ろうって思うようになるかもしれない。頑張って育って増えて、いつかこの土地が一面のタンポポ畑になるまでが、そんな風に
Putting
タンポ
together
ポの
another
種が
army.
心を決めるとしたらどんな時だと思う？
それは
I whisper, entranced. Saya smiles softly and cherishes my
そ
cheek.
れはね、その砂漠にたった一人だけでも花を愛してくれる人がいるって知った時、
All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole desert.
タンポポの花は綺麗だねって種に話しかけてくれた時、
All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and
あ
joy.
なたのこと大好き。
I love you. I pull her into my chest, nodding silently.
ずっとそばにいて、
Stay with me forever.
私
Never
の
leave
隣
my
に。
side.
あ
I
もちろん
promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Ever since his voice... I mean, seriously, every time I think we're approaching the end, and we switch to a new perspective.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, let me remind you, I've only made one decision in this entire game so far. And it was whether to remain seeing the world as I do now, as Fefe does, or let Saya fix me. I chose to remain. Guess, you know, I don't want the boy to hate Saya. That would hurt. I care about him. I care about Fefe and Saya more than I care about any of the side characters. I just want those two to be happy. I don't know what this says about me. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost the strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes. Random, unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are of happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well. But even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she'd had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then... He dreams that he is diving into the Black Sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance. A distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dream from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, and abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and that circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and it becomes Tono Koji once more. Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Damn it, Fefe. You couldn't even kill Koji properly.
Oh, and now we're gonna get that not retribution, but
we're gonna get the bad end.
Yeah.
I swear, like, why does it have to happen? Like, if only Fefe had begun this sooner, he would have realized that Koji was sending a message to the doctor lady. Just telling her where he was and whatnot. Before he was pushed in. And all Fefe had to do then was just stab him with a cleaver and push him into the well.
Right.
Now he can be pointed at with this situation. Goddamn. He keeps screaming with all of his might. Soon, the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he is just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Hey, dragon.
Yeah, man.
Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like eternity on the edge of despair. Soon, the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. A woman's voice. Koji has heard it some before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. A silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to a perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. She said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes, the woman climbs carefully down. A beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon, she's standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with... Sensei! Doctor?
Strange?
Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Yeah, he tried to call her before, got an answering machine, left a message of the voice telling her where he was and what they had found. Afterwards, he called another lady, and then he was pushed into the well by Fefe to be killed.
Yeah.
And by the way, we've forgotten the main guy's name so many times that now we're just calling him Fefe.
Fuminori.
Yeah.
Why does that sound like a fucking dog's name? Here, Fefe, here, boy. Come get a fucking piece of shite.
Oh, that's a bit of classic irony because we just got past a part with the animal. Pet.
We just got past the part with a really, really cute pet that Fefe and Saya had some fun with.
They fucked the pet, didn't they?
They fucked a human that was broken so mentally that they might as well be an animal.
Yeah.
For anyone.
Yeah. It took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she's wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Well, she went driving through the mountains, so yes. Her light is a blocky, all-purpose type. featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners in addition to the main floodlight. Survival gear, and professional grade by the look of it.
ひどいありさまだな。
Dr. Tambo says Riley as he gives Koji a once-over. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to
飲み
him.
込まず、ゆっくり一口ずつ。
ありがとうございます。
She walks around with a flask? Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Why? She went into the mountains. Why would she not bring something to drink? The fact that they drove in there with nothing prepared at all, that says more about them than it does about her. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig, and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue. Oh, it's alcohol. Okay, now I get it better. It's that kind of flask.
Yeah.
スピリタスウォッカ。着付け薬によし、消毒によし。浴びせてから火をつければ効くような相手にはかなり効く。
Good for disinfecting wounds and setting things on fire. Gotcha. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tambo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however unlikely, the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp. It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor.
先生はどうしてここに？
電話をよこしたのは君だろうが。
Roku replies brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed
行方不
professor.
明者を探してる二人組が妙な留守電の後に揃いも揃って音信不通になったりしたら。
Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly. That's a different part of what she just said that seizes his
じゃあ
attention.
つくばは？つくばよ。
したよ。君と一緒で繋がらない。正直なところ。
That's right. He almost died, in the hands of the man he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside of him. He can't forgive Fumino's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea if Tsukuba is safe. Fumino tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to her?
まあ落ち着け。ここで君がいくら殺気だって見たところで始まらん。
Ryoka says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well.
何かあったと思ったのなら、警察には届けてくれたんですか？
Koji's back to her.
警察だと。
The police? Ozark! This woman did not call the police.
Fucking hell.
And when he brought it up, she says it in a tone as if like, laughs scornfully at the idea. Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoka laughs scornfully at the idea.
君はまだそういう形で蹴りがつけられるものだと思ってい
It
るわ
would be a decent way out. Instead of sending one person at a time or two people at a time that can be easily killed and disposed of, send it 30.
Yeah.
Come on.
どういう意味です？
Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at the corner of the
殿
well.
君、こいつには気づかなかったのか？
は？
Huh? In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are a different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoka was looking for.
気づきませんでした。
Ryoko's gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach in to open-handed.
君、いいところに落ちてくれたよ。ひょうたんから困ってやつ
Ryoka
か。
says with a grim smile. She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall.
先生。
Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With a rumble of weight shifting, the stones slide smoothly back into the wall. Secret door.
やられたよ。前に来た時は気づきもしなかった。
前にも来た。
Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening in the beam of a floodlight. Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain.
私は先に進むが、トノ君、君はここに残ることを勧める。
Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now thanks to the 190 proof vodka he's just drank. But although feeling has turned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him shiver.
一緒に行きます。連れてってください。
まあ好きにしろ。
Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow.
前にお会いした時と随分雰囲気が違いますね。
Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as he moves cautiously down the tunnel, with a light leading the way.
ここは病院じゃない。君は患者じゃない。営業スマイルが必要か？
This service doesn't come with a smile, of course.
じゃあ、こっちが先生の字ですか。
さあ、どうだかな。どうだっていいことだろ。
Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor when Koji looks over her shoulder. He sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path. Oh. Hey, I can get rid of the text by pressing space. Oh. I can see the pretty pictures better.
何です？
あの井戸から降りてきたやつの小細工さ。
Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji.
長さは私が使ったロープのほぼ2倍。途中に結び目があって、端は両方とも切断されてる。
え？
外のどこかにこの輪を引っ掛けて、井戸の底まで伝って降りる。その後、ナイフで輪を切って井戸の中に引っ張り込めば、井戸の底に降りた痕跡は残らない。
Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters
こうや
ahead.
ってここに逃げ込んだやつは追っ手の目をくらませたのさ。
先生、
ああ、君や咲坂君だけじゃない。私も以前、鴎外を追ってこの別荘に来た。
Ryoko says dryly. As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had underneath it, a fucking double-gauge shotgun in Japan!
What the?
Who the fuck is this woman? A sawed-off too.
他に出口がないとしたら、奴はまだあの扉の向こう側にいるわけだ。
Is she gonna kill Dr. Ogai? God damn it, I wanted answers from that man. At first, Koji thinks that she is holding a steel pipe. Amazed that she would be carrying a weapon, Koji looks closer and is appalled when realizes what it really is. A gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that he's seen in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency.
何ですかそれ？
ショットガン、12番
12 gauge, eh? Ryoko replies blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く資格なんてないし、こんな風に改造するのも銃刀法違
No
反。
permits, eh? Alright.
そんなもの持ち出して一体どうするつもりです？
Ryoko looks over his shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet.
鴎外の正体を初めて知った時、私はただの善良な一般市民だった。交通違反すら無縁のね。
The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as he continues her tone sharp
あ
and
の時
bitter.
にこいつがあったなら、私は多分鴎外をきっ
Oh,
ちり
that's one
殺
way
せ
to
てい
say
た。
you're fucked.
Yeah.
そうなってれば、もしかしたら君たちがこんな災難に巻き込まれることもなかったかもしれない。
Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp.
だから、 これから私がやることは一切合切。君とその友達が足を突っ込んでる泥沼なありさまを終わらせてやるためのその辺をよく理解して余計な口は突っ込まないこと。いいね。
Koji can only nod weakly in response. Especially since he kind of turned the gun on him, so he doesn't have a choice. With a light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. She should really hand that light to someone else or hook it on herself, cause it may look cool to shoot a double gauge with the one hand, it's just not advised. Then she kicks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. Oh, hello. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. Tiled floor is set with drainage grate, and there's no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware, words and drugs line one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stand a writing desk and bookshelf. Those things Koji recognizes. The mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues and masks that must have been left by a race of savages. Tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of colors. A crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price in an antique store, not for the one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. As though each piece was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. No, it doesn't look that bad, honestly. It looks like normal cultist shit you see everywhere. A bit disappointing with that. Rare-looking books of the sort that he found in Oka's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked some scrolls that look to be made of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there are the indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
見るんじゃない。
Ryoko snaps at him.
いいか、ここから動くな。絶対に何かに触ったりするな。まずいと思ったらすぐに目をそらして自分の靴を見ろ。
Ryoko switches her light's fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools. A digital camera and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, and steps up to the blackboard while looking at the side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint and moves on to the next.
先生。レッスン1。妙な図形やラテン語の文章とかは絶対に読むな。見つめるな。
In unusual languages like Latin. Hey Lee, how you doing, my man?
機械の目で記録しておいて、後で注意深く調べればいい。現物はその場で塗りつぶすか何かして破壊しろ。
Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that he's only looking at the screen of her camera, even then, only in short glimpses, and never directly at any of the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any sense.
一体どういう？
ここまで深入りしたんなら、工学のために黙って聞いておけ。あと、水晶球とか鏡の類も危ない。下手に壊すとヤブヘビになったりする。とりあえず布でもかぶせるか、ペンキを浴びせて封印しろ。
Hail the golden army.
Nice. The Golden Squad is here. Anyway, Koji begins to fear that this doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. Despite the burst of energy received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon, the walls are covered in black paint. The stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine. Ryoka says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera. Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoka points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Behind the screen is a large, easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. Hello, Ogai. Beautiful to see you.
Jesus.
Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in this sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones, offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. Ain't he a handsome boy?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. Nothing could go wrong. His empty eye sockets and wide open jaw are filled with darkness. The same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in Ogai's right temple is almost demure. The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Yeah, but neither one would kill you just the same. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But if not for her, Koji reminds himself with a bitter smirk. He would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would have found him. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He's pushed himself too hard, and the spiritless vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness. The last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eye sockets staring at him. Oh, not really staring.
Well, that's a bit creepy.
Yeah! When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one of the smells of mold and dust. And especially after sleeping in cold mud all night. There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of a lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he's in Ogai's cabin, in the bedroom that he searched before. Fuminori pushed him into the well. Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall, her expression blank as he studies the pile of documents on the table. In front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. She turns the page, then takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand. Without looking up on the file, she gestures towards the convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand. Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back. Ryoko mutters, taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating.
苦労して破ってみたら別荘のボイラー室に出た。反対側は薄くモルタルを塗って隠してあったんだな。隠し部屋に機材を運び込んでからドアを塞いで、その後は井戸から出入りしていたんだろう。周到なもんだ。
そこまでして隠さなきゃならないものがあの部屋にあったんですか？
昔はね、それにさっきまで。
What fucking day and year is it?
You wanna take this, Ozark?
It's November 1st, 2022.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. See, I would have made a mistake in 2023.
I almost did.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Feels like it's been fucking years.
Having finished their sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with a free hand and waves them in the
世
air.
界中の研究者が誰もかも学会で演壇に登ってリサイタルをやりたがるわけじゃないの。自分一人が秘密に通じて、最後には自分のしたいもろとも秘密の墓穴にしまい込んで満足するような、そういう変態野郎もいるんだよ。
Koji still hasn't the slightest idea what Oka's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in that tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved.
Fuminoriはどうなっちまったんですか?
Koji asks desperately, no longer caring who he gets answers
地下
from.
の死体とFuminoriと一体どういう関係があるんです?
今それを調べてるところだよ。
Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers.
私が咲坂君から聞いたところによると、彼は王外の親族から調査を。
ええ。それは俺も聞いてます。
そうか、一貫してるんだな。
Ryoka pulls several sheets of loose leaf paper from a different
だ
file.
が王外に血縁者はいない。私は咲坂君が嘘をついたが、もう一つの可能性を考えるべきだった。彼は王外の親族を名乗る何者かにそそのかされていたのかもしれない。
Ryoka pauses and looks sidelong at
サヤ
Koji.
という名前に心当たりは？
Saya!
サヤ? いえ、
Doesn't ring a bell to our boy here, but rings a bell to us. She's our favorite little eldritch horror.
Oh boy.
さて誰なの
They'll
か
stand.
何
Oh,
なの？
they're on their last stand.
読めば読むほどわからなくなっていく。
Life's besieged. Strongest faction.
Oh, fuck.
She sighs bitterly, then returns her attention to the papers in her
間
hand.
違いなく言えるのは、
All I...
そいつが王外の研究の核にあるものらしいということだけだ。もし咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら、彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいるということになる。
The icy certainty in Ryoka's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine.
だとしたらどうするつもりなんです、Fuminoriを。
He has to ask, even though he already knows the
さっ
answer.
きも言ったよね。1年前の私も手元に銃を持ってればってどれだけ後悔したか知れないんだ。
Ryoka replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice.
もう二度と後悔するつもりはない。
俺が警察に行けば済むことです。
Ryoka doesn't respond, as though she didn't even hear what Koji just said.
Fuminoriがやったことは殺人未遂です。俺が訴えればあいつは犯罪者として。
Koji continues persistently.
目撃者は、物証は、咲坂君が君を殺す動機は？なあ、殿君。君は警察の仕事についてひどく勘違いしている。彼らの職分は正義を貫くことでも、市民の安全を守ることでもない。
そんな
不条理な物事について、きちんと条理に沿った体裁を整える。彼らの思考はいつだってより理解しやすい方、それこそ水が低い方へ低い方へと流れていくように。事実がどうあろうと彼らには興味ない。彼らが感知するところ。
そこまで決めつけることないでしょう。話してみなければ分かりません。
そう、分からない。そこが問題だ。
Ryoka states as she pulls another sandwich out of the bag. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention always focused on the papers in front of
君
her.
が錯乱した親友の手で井戸に落とされたと主張する。すると警察はあと2つばかり真実の候補を用意するだろう。君が狂言自殺で親友を陥れようとしてるとか。あるいはもっとシンプルに、事故で井戸に落ちた君が錯乱して親友を疑ってるとか。この3案のどれかが捜査っていうレースで勝ちを競うわけだ。勝ち馬は誰にもわからない。
I mean, it's not wrong, but still, there's lots of people missing around
こ
this
んな
boy.
博打に君は寝台潰すまでかける気かい？
boy.
Koji has no response. Can he really explain with cold, clear logic what drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't even understand it himself?
そして一番の問題は
Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's
君
thoughts.
がそういうランチキ騒ぎに手こずっている隙に先坂文則を追い詰めるチャンスを逃すこと。身辺で火の手が上がれば彼は手遅れになる前にさっさと姿をくらますだろう。そうやってまた万事の振り出しに戻る。
He pauses to take a bite of a sandwich before finishing.
私が鴎外を取り逃がしたようにね。
A heavy silence falls upon them, with only the soft rustle of pages turning in Ryoko's hands to mark the passage of time.
教えてくださいよ先生。
Koji says, his hushed voice breaking through the
あなた
quiet.
が警察を差し置いてまで処刑しようなんて思うほどそこまで許しがたいことって何なんです？鴎外って人はあの地下室で何をやってたんですか？
Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as he pores through the documents before her. After some time, Ryoko rearranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside, as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns her chair to face Koji for the first time since he awoke.
なあ、殿君。
Her hard stare bellies the calmness of her voice.
君はここいら辺で降りた方がいい。ナスカ日光の温泉でゆっくり羽を伸ばして、何もかも忘れる気になってから東京に戻ってきなさい。
忘れろと。
Koji feels anger rise within him.
近江は俺の恋人でした。文則は俺の親友でした。それを忘れろ。
そうだ、忘れろ。これは提案じゃない。
Ryoko replies coolly, rebuffing Koji's anger.
今まではどうであれ。これからの君の人生に、その二人は一切関わりを持たないだろう。
じゃあ、筑波は
Koji shouts, unable to control himself.
彼女はどうなる？あの子は電話口で俺に助けを求めてた。どこ？
そりゃ何十時間前の話かね。私が君を助けてから何時間経ったと思う？そうでなければ、井戸の中の君があと何時間持ったと思う？
She shakes her head, then declares coldly.
彼女はとっくに死んでるだろう。誰もが君ほど幸運だなんて思わない方がいい。
He has a little bit of a point there, wouldn't it?
あんたは。
Yeah.
Koji growls, unable to suppress his anger. I can also understand his emotional
あの
outburst.
井戸で俺の死体を見つけても、あんた、なんとも思わなかったんだろうな。
そりゃ覚悟してたからね。まさか生きてるとは思わなかったよ。
Ryoko says with a shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands on shaky legs.
どのくらい
Hey, there's our handsome boy back. I will admit, I'm actually glad our final image of this boy is not the image we had, because that image we had, he was not our handsome boy. That was some other fucking bastard. Koji gets out of bed and stands on shaky legs.
ざっと半日ばかり。消耗した後速やかに休息が取れるってのは羨ましいね。 若いうちだけだよ。
Koji looks
そ
at
うい
his
う無茶
watch
が効くのは。
and sees that it's 4 in the morning, which means that it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him. He can't believe that he survived in that well for almost 2 days. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled and his sense of time has returned, he realizes that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right. A lot of time has passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs a sports drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko brought, and heads for the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer willpower.
念のため聞かせてもらうが、どこに行くつもりだい？
東京へ。
Koji replies briskly, his tone as hard as hers.
つくばようはまだ間に合うかもしれない。彼女を助けに行きます。
人の話を聞かないやつだね。
聞く耳持たないのはお互い様でしょ
う。Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go with that cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw in her hands.
もう少し待つ気はないか。こいつのどこかに。
She thrusts her chin at the mountain of papers in front
オ
of
ーガイ
her.
がサヤと名付けたものが何だったのか、答えが隠されてるはずだ。
つくばが死んでると決めてかかってるあんたなら、当然そう思うでしょうね。
I have a part of my nose here that's not doing so hot. Just a little injury there that I keep playing, and I keep scratching at the scab of it. In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going it alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it more difficult to salvage something, anything, out of this nightmare.
殿君。
Ryoko calls out just before Koji steps out the door.
仮にも一度は殺されかかってるんだ。もう二度と殺されるな。
She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. Koji catches it. He feels its solid weight fill his hand. Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver. The same one that was clenched in Oga's skeletal
あ
fist.
と4発入ってる。安全装置はない。引き金を引くだけで弾が出る。
No safety, eh? Alrighty then.
どこでどう使うかは君の判断に任せるよ。
If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject this dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. You'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, without even knowing it, Koji has already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts the small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. Careful nothing snags on that trigger, my boy. You're gonna have shot in the foot.
Yep.
There's no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminori to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. I hope... I don't know why. Like, I love this Koji boy. I want him to live, but at the same time, I just want Fuminori on his side to get, like, to live somewhere out in the forest with a bunch of, like, farmland, just hunt animals to eat and whatnot, you know? I want them to get a happy end. Don't think it's gonna happen, but, you know, sadness. Like, it's been established you can eat animals.
Yeah.
When he steps out of the cabin's front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would surely have frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 6 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat, takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. He calls up Fuminori's number and prepares to hit send. Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel toward his friend. However, there's no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. Go give the man you go to hunt down a forewarning that you're coming. Great plan.
Right.
Goats.
Exactly, dragon. Goats. He steels himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear as it rings. The shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence on the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab. What? Weren't you expecting a call from a dead man? As Koji is about to answer, an idea suddenly comes to him. Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. He pauses to let it sink in, and with satisfaction filling his voice, he says, Oh no. He met the doctor. Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his words bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth. You finished it for me. It's obvious from Fuminori's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminori's response to the name Saya brings a cry of anguish in the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved.
咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら
Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before.
彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいる
He mustn't allow emotion to sway him.
海鳥 Omiと筑波はどこだ
Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this.
俺にだって情けはある。お前がこれ以上誰も傷つけないというのなら、俺にしたことは忘れてやる。俺だってこれ以上、お前とサヤに関わり合いを持つのは願い下げなんだ。
海とようね。
Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted, and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand. Fuminori pauses. He gives a knowing chuckle that sends chills up Koji's spine. Well, Koji is relieved to learn Yo's location and that she is at least still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being treated?
念願かなってようやく僕の持ち物になったんだよ。お前とオミのお膳立ても ようやく実を結んだわけだな。
Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm. Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once
つ
shared?
くばを解放しろ。彼女の安全を確認したら、お前らについての証拠を破棄してやる。
信用できるか。そっちが先に。
お前に選択の余地を与えるつもりはないよ、文則。
Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
後でまた連絡する。それまでによく考えておけ。
He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin, and Tojiki is right now. Oh, and Tojiki right now. He's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 3 hours. That's how long it will take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighted down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago. And when life or death struggles were the furthest thing from his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all of this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up his car and drives away. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, watching funny comic.
That's fun.
And it just showed one. Honey, can you lift me, like deadlift me? Picks her up. You ready? And it's just rapid fucking deadlifts, and she's going, "Don't drop me, you son of a bitch." Short girls are always the funniest.
Oh, let's try and get it over. Goddamn. Oh, hey, new bedroom shelving. That's nice. It's a new champions that get a new pass. Beautiful. And I'm back.
Hey.
Hey. I stare at the silent phone in my hand. There's anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. Hey, she speaks! Ah, I see. Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to me throughout the call. I see. The remaining fragment of her memories seem to have joined together. Fragments of her memories seem to have joined together as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds our pet's efforts amusing. The pleasure from administrations threatens to impede my thoughts, and besides, my arousal has already vanished. At first, I considered making a stop. When I gaze into her puppy dog eyes, however, I begin to think differently. Thanks to Saya, I have a family once again. For the first time, I am becoming aware of the responsibility that places on me. I am now the head of a new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the women living under my roof. Well, one woman and one elder's abomination, but, you know, we're splitting hairs now. With that in mind, I know that I mustn't show fear or confusion. That would only cause them distress. I entrust myself to Yo's eager touch, basking in the pleasure with one part of my mind while contemplating our current predicament with the other. It is clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now, I need to set my frustration and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped from the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he has had contact with since then. Now that it is impossible to know how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned your water supply, you can't take the risk that even one drop might remain. Your only choice is to stop drinking the water. Sai returns from the kitchen, where she'd gone in search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself of unease and impatience, I respond with a casual shrug. By breaking the news subtly and without increasing anxiety, I am able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she is merely surprised. I knew that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently being pleasured by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these circumstances. Saya lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully.
どっちみち鈴見さんの一家が消えたのがバレればこの近辺も騒がしくなってただろうし遅かれ早かれ
Saya nods. I can tell that she's reluctant to leave, but at least there is no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I will protect my life with Saya just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new confidence.
大丈夫安心していいよ
We can travel light and take the Susumi family car. But I better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can still be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defensive. Leaving gives me the chance to regain the initiative and deal with him at the place of my choosing. The next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. A shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead, and my bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. Phrasing. No, actually, that was probably on purpose. Probably on purpose. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming in through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent with more nightmares than them all. It is not over yet. She has only just set foot on the threshold. As expected, the files left by Oga and Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Ow. Fortunately, Oga had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he'd encrypted his files on a computer, she'd have had to find a hacker to decipher them. In fact, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing, and it would have been too time-consuming by hand. A method of obfuscating he did use was quite simple. With the files Ryoko pulled from his underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes and theses from Oga's days as a student. The important papers were the diaries and research notes. Fuck. Goddamn my ear. Diaries and research notes that had been scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first he was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank on the other. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. A trick revealed itself, however, while she was sorting the pages that made no sense. She found that each line continued on the same line of a different page. Noga's diary, for example, the first day began on the first line. He continued not with the next line, but with the first line on the next page. Similarly, the second day was the second line. The third day was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling all the lines on one set of pages, Oga had torn them out and scattered them among his other files. There was no regularity to how the pages were numbered, of course. Able to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page order manually. Despite knowing that the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly. After separating all of the loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking pages together according to the contents of their first line. She found that Oga had dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days equal to the lines on one page, and had done the same with his research notes every 30 pages or so. A diary was much easier to restore because the entries varied in length. Later pages had a larger number of blank lines. A page with only one line, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with most blank spaces could be scattered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance has paid off, for she has already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Oga's diary. Jesus, this man wrote a lot. As she reads them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it again and again until the day they die. All secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the whale rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting weight. I have succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and its intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and its learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciations, it immediately picked up the concept of puns. Ever since, it has been employing its entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse. But although it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Its reply suggests that it gained awareness only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I am disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what I can learn from it. Hypothesis. It is not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego, yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. Another world. Ryoko smiles humorlessly for the umpteenth time since he started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh the diary off as the delusions of a madman or the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. If she thinks back to the many horrors that Okai brought into her life, the words before her take on chilling credibility. I have confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any human's. This morning I taught it about prime numbers after I explained the Lucas-Lehmer test for merging primes. It immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to number 10, M89, but it continued to list further examples without any trouble. Ow, my toes. I left it to his calculations. When I returned a few hours later, I discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate merging primes, but the last one I remember being found was the 39th back in 2001. When I entered several of the results into my laptop and ran the Lucas-Lehmer test on them, I found that everyone was correct. The same is no doubt true of the rest. After all, Rugen has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about his accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt his veracity. If I could reveal to the world an expedient method for discovering merging primes, the prize money would make me a billionaire. Of course, the current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speed exceeds that of even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humanity can imagine. At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable appetite for mathematics, it now decides to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown especially keen interest in the means by which organs reproduce and multiply, as it possesses nothing that could be called emotion. I hesitated to use this description. When it learned about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If this description is indeed accurate, then this is an extremely significant development. It would mean that there is a deeper level to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If I can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note, candidates for the plane and world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings, and this silver key filed separately. I spent the whole day carrying books into its room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I am able to impart. It shouldn't come as no surprise, considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The diary continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Oka and the organism. In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with their screams. What follows, however, makes even her worst nightmares pale in comparison. The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for anything other than food and reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it is describing this impulse as instinctive. And that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling the organism a she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she has been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female and already possesses the enormous store of cultural knowledge. Is she trying to create human identity for herself based on this? Real fucking dry. I have seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she is already... Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Come on, you're a doctor, you know mimos are just chemicals in the brain. You should know this, my man. Today is her birthday, although it is a year late. I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat. In childhood, she was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that if I were ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from the rat semen I gave her? At this point, I can only surmise that it is a type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats have been transformed by her art. The rats that have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes she created by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail in my biological observations filed separately. Here I will say this: by witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Ryoko looks grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably find the many other files mentioned in the diary. Oga's biological observations, at the very least. She wants to look through those before facing the thing called Saya. Under no circumstances does she want to go into battle unprepared. She looks at the watch. She sees that it's only 7 in the morning. Assuming Tonokoji made no stops, she'd be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes he'd stop that stubborn fool from leaving, even if she'd had to shoot him in the leg to do it. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from the Sakisaka house and stares at the silent building. Itchy. Of course, the dragon's still enjoying himself. In the bright light of morning, the house seems shrouded in a dark miasma. Words have started to lose meaning to me.
Miasma. Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. Yeah, but yeah, words have started to lose meaning to me. I've been reading this out loud for too long.
Yeah.
Like a black hole torn out of the landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination?
Yeah.
There we go. It was like this stream after the restart from the glass that was taken down has been going for 5 hours now.
Cheers.
Every window is closed, offering no glimpse of the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. Like, I expected this to be over 3 hours ago. Maybe even 5. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant, even inside his car. When he looks into the rear view mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with one foot in the grave staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. Better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure no one is around, and gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point in worrying about that now. Koji walks swiftly through the gate and yard to the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, foregoing the bell. Time for such pleasantries is past. Our door is unlocked, and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any signs of life. He's acting like a thief, he realizes, with some shame. But that is the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He's already prepared for anything. However, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. Having an annoying itchy spot on my elbow that just won't stop. So why? What does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Oga's home and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and is not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch black darkness through the open doors in the hallway. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully. Then remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. He really did not prepare for this yet.
No.
The house might be empty. Then again, it might not. Each particle of the air seems charged with silent menace. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what he well failed to. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor too. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from the shadows. After completing his round safely, he is convinced that the house is empty. He suddenly realizes that his right hand is touching the old steel of the gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw the weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and epithets? Will he force him to turn himself in? Or will he... Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has to close that distance to his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form the reunion takes will probably be decided at the moment of the meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for the light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his question is revealed. Hello, painting, my old friend. It's nice to see you here again. I mean, I'll be honest with you, this isn't even that bad.
No.
No, it's like, sure, it's messy and the paint's all over the fucking place and it's not even properly put there, but come on. I've seen a lot worse. How far has Fuminori gone? I don't know, how far have you gone? Koji realizes that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded by this maddening array of colors? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? As he stands petrified in the unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely at himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to help him through his suffering. Koji feels that he might have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he's arrogant to think so, but if so, it is arrogance born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding door that leads to the kitchen. When he enters, he finds that the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood grown stale over time. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees faint brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rag. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless times. But what could it have been used on to make it that sickening burgundy color? What the hell is burgundy?
Burgundy is like a dark red.
Thank you.
Yep.
Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter, as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. It's a mimic, shoot it! He stands motionless until he is able to work up the courage simply to touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs the thick handle, and opens the door. First he'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. Are we finally gonna see it? The freezer is packed with frozen meat of varying shapes and sizes, as each piece is wrapped tightly and frosted over plastic. He can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. Oh, hello, human hand. For a while, he can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning to him from the back of the compartment. Yummy! They are the long, slender fingers of a woman, the bluish tinge giving them the appearance of waxworks. Koji is unable to remember what Omi's hands look like, even though he has kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again. In fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now, he knows that truly nothing is sacred. At last, his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. Hey, Dragon! Dragon.
Yeah?
You're high, right? You having a trip?
Yeah.
I have something for you to watch. Or just look at for a little bit.
No. Watch what?
Look at the stream.
This may be weird, but for some reason the southern regions not even knowing what this is.
Oh, it's human body parts. And a human hand. I'll call you again when we get a view from Fuminori's perspective, so you can have the body horror aspect to your trip, alright? Should be fun.
I feel like Dragon's like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his hands around his grip like he would a charm. Koji pulls Ogai's... Oh, okay. Its definite presence, its promise of merciful annihilation, is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make this world once more a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. Well, I'm sorry, Koji, but you're gonna have to eliminate about 56,000 other people in the world if you want that shit. God damn. But I don't understand what you're getting at. He breathes deep, exhales, and lifts his hand before his face to stare at his spread fingers. Alright, he's not shaking. He is prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. Oh. Boys, we have another decision to make.
Oh.
The second decision of the game.
Awesome.
Do we call Fuminori or do we call Ryoko?
Ryoko.
Yeah, but that might lead to a Fuminori bad end. But also, if we call Fuminori, that might mean our boy goes after Fuminori. That might lead to a Koji bad end. God damn.
Yeah.
I want both of them to live.
Just stay there in perpetual motion.
Just stay in a perpetual indecision. Alright. If he calls Ryoko, those two will end up teaming up. And that will almost guarantee you that'll end up with Saya's death. And Saya is too adorable of an abomination for me to allow that. If he calls for Fuminori, there's a chance Saya will do to Koji what she did to Yo. And that way I'll still have I'll still have Koji's handsome face in this game. So I'm leaning towards calling Fuminori. And the other, what do you say, Ozark?
Yeah, Fuminori, fuck it.
Alright. Hey, they're both pretty nice. It's time to finish this. Just as he promised earlier, Koji calls Fuminori again. A call goes through immediately. Fuminori must have been waiting for it.
どこだろうと関係ないだろう。
As soon as Koji responds, a shrill ringing fills the house. Startled, Koji spins around and looks into the hallway. The house phone is flashing to signal incoming call.
なるほど。やっぱり僕の家に来たか。
Koji fell for it. Fuminori is the one calling the house. Now he knows exactly where Koji is. He must have predicted that this would be Koji's first stop, and Koji would call him upon finding it empty. So,
見られちゃったんだろうね。いろいろと。
Koji keeps his voice bold to conceal his horror. When did Fuminori become so cunning?
しばらく会わないうちにえらく悪食になったらしいな。
いや、僕はまだ一人だけ。
Fuminori replies, unapologetically, his tone upbeat.
解体だけなら3、4人ってとこかな。かなり慣れたよ。剣を切ったり血抜きしたりとか。
Koji no longer feels sadness or horror when faced with Fuminori's inhumanity. It's only the cold desire to kill the creature speaking such revolting words with his friend's voice.
貴様、近江を殺したな。知らないっていうのは嘘だな。
どうなんだろう。
Fuminori mutters, seeming somehow embarrassed.
正直言うとね、最初に食べたのがもしかしたら近江だったかもしれないんだ。ちょうど彼女が、いや、誰の死体かなんてわからないありさまだったからさ。
Koji had already abandoned hope, but is still shocked to hear of his lover's brutal end. Fuminori says with an exasperated chuckle.
僕だってバカじゃない。彼女は取引の材料なんだろう。
声を聞かせろ。
それはちょっと無理かな。口を聞けるような状態じゃないから。
Fuminori's dismissive words further sharpen Koji's
言ったは
bloodlust.
ずだぞ。彼女を無事に解放し。
生きているだけでもよしとしてくれよ。それとも確認するがコージ、お前は集めた資料のすべてを証拠ともども持ってこい。その内容を見。
いいだろう。
It's obvious that this deal is a sham. In all likelihood, Fuminori is planning to kill him and bury his secrets forever. Moreover, Koji doubts that he ever see him alive. The meat could very well be somewhere in the refrigerator right in front of him. However, Koji isn't particularly interested in Fuminori's true intentions. After all, he has no intention of making a trade either. His only goal is to get close enough to destroy Fuminori and whatever is pulling his strings. Just say kill. You've done enough shit in this game that you're allowed to use the word kill.
Right.
God damn.
場所は。
お前が僕を尾行してきた大貝教授の家、覚えてるだろう。今夜7時にそこで落ち合おう。一人で。
Ah, okay, okay.
Oi!
Hey! Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response. Perhaps Fuminori too has sensed his opponent's intent. If so, then he will have realized that Koji is not just the hunted, but the hunter as well. So we're like duelists maneuvering for advantage. Koji smiles grimly as he pockets his phone. It's astounding how much the relationship has changed. Alright. I think we could have been missed that. The question is whether or not to comply with the 7 o'clock rendezvous agreement. If this were a serious negotiation, then it would be wise to avoid preempting Fuminori in any way that could provoke his anger. What Koji and Fuminori are really doing, however, is trying to lure each other into a deadly trap. Koji doesn't know what Fuminori plans to do between now and then, but but he's not about to let his enemy keep the initiative. A fierce bloodlust that has taken root in his heart is more than enough to energize his exhausted body. Koji leaves the death-filled house, his stride more determined than before. Oh, this should be interesting. Hey! Hey, dragon! Look at the screen.
Oh, that works on my downtown.
Yeah! It's a fun downtown.
Yep.
Anyway, I hope you're having a safe and wonderful trip, my boy.
I think I'm gonna go beddy bye.
Alright. Night night, Prince.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, and maybe you can help me download that thing.
Yeah.
Bye.
Beddy bye. There he goes. It was nice.
Yeah, some servants got new animations and model updates. Thank fuck.
Nice. But yeah, it was nice seeing on a having dragon here, even if it was high as fuck.
Yeah.
Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however. In the 3 months I've had to adapt to my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now. Even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turn signals. I still can't read street signs, of course. Nevertheless, I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea of our new hideout, an abandoned building she discovered while living with Dr. Ogai. Hey, that's pretty. That's pretty. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of undeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo at the hideout, I returned to town to make some preparations. Now, I'm finally back at our new refuge. I liked this ruin from the moment I saw it. Mountains of construction materials and garbage litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty of life, are the place I find the most restful.
Tadaima.
I call out to let them know I'm not a stranger. Then I go down to the basement where they're hiding.
おかえりなさい。車平気だった？
もう全然問題ない。一方通行の標識もどういうのか分かったし、スピードさえ出さなければどこを走っても大丈夫だよ。で、そっちは？
一通り調べたけど、やっぱりあれからずっと人が来た様子はないみたい。ここは安全だよ。
そうか。ならいいんだけど。
I'm a little worried that this abandoned building could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people.
多分表に積み上げてあるゴミのせい。あれ普通の人間にはちょっと耐えられん。
I guess. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't like it, in fact. But of course, normal people would feel differently.
で、文則の買い物はいいの見つかった？
ああ、もちろん。
Hey! I proudly unwrapped the weapon I just bought from a camping goods store. A 1 meter long wood axe. The biggest and sturdiest I could find. I will admit, That looks pretty cool from his perspective. I mean, look at this, my man.
Give me a sec. Come on. Christ. Oh wow.
Yeah. I can imagine those eyes and they're moving about. And this weapon is one of those sentient weapons in D&D and whatnot. It could be so cool. Oh, there it is.
Reminds me of Soul Edge.
A little bit, yeah.
An axe version of it.
It's rather parody, honestly. Or parody. I don't know why I like the word parody. Just do. It's nice. Here comes 2.5 liters into this mug. There we go. After I finish this mug, I will have drunk 2.5 liters during this stream.
Jesus.
Yep.
刃渡り15センチ以上のナイフは銃刀法違反だなんて張り紙してあるのに、その隣でこんなもの売ってるんだよ。お笑いだよね。
I like how this was right next to a sign saying that long knives are illegal. Seems like you could do way more damage with one of these. I mean, he's not wrong.
No.
I grip the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, and swing it like a baseball bat. A deadly steel blade sweeps through the air, right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound, curls herself into a ball.
切れ味とかどう？
How sharp is it?
用で試してみたら？
Want to test it on you?
いや、
No.
それはちょっと。
I swear to God.
Nah, he's just said they don't think it's a good idea. I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
心配いらないよ。今のような体だったら、
Oh.
刃物とかの傷は
Hey,
割
also,
と
we
簡
don't
単
need to
に治
worry.
っちゃうから。
As it says now,
Yeah, sure.
You don't need to worry. Her new body can heal pretty easily from cuts and such. Hack in her, watch her heal.
いや、それにしたって痛いだろ。
But I'm sure it'll hurt.
そっか。
Oh yeah.
うん、そうだ
I
ね。
guess you're right. It must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo as if to hide her embarrassment, then says,
でもさ、痛くされた時のようの声って、それはそれで可愛いよね。
But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?
いや、やっぱり人間に斧で切りかかるってのは気が引けるよ。
そうなの？じゃあ、コウジさんは？
そりゃだって。
It should be obvious, but I guess that Saya still doesn't understand.
奴は僕には人間に見えないから、切ろうが潰そうが平気なもんさ。
そんなに違うんだ。
そうさ。人間には良心があるからね。どんなに憎い人間だろうと、人を殺すと思うとブレーキがかかるもんだ。そこが僕の称賛でもある。
本当に？
Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess he's concerned about what will happen when I have it out with
体格じゃあいつが上だし、普通に喧嘩したんじゃ勝ち目は薄いかもしれないけどね。でも、僕にとっての化け物退治が、あいつにとっては人殺しなんだ。こいつは大きいよ。あいつはきっと、最後の瞬間で隙を見せる。
なんだか不安なんだよね。そういう心理戦っていうの。確実じゃないっていうか。
Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity. She raises her head and looks straight at me.
ねえ、やっぱり私が買った方が良くない？
I appreciate Saya's consideration, even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me. She's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartfelt suggestion.
サヤの腕力だとさ、ヨウみたいな女の子なら楽にねじ伏せられるだろうけど、男を相手には厳しいと思うんだ。
I can't blame Fefe right now. he's never actually seen her hunt someone before and seen how strong she is, so the only thing he knows is, you know, she was overpowered by the old guy and she was able to take down Yo, so he doesn't know that she's a lot stronger than that.
Yeah.
But with the old guy situation, it was more terror at the fact that her plan backfired so horribly. Yeah.
Right.
The bitter memory of Saya's rape is still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to stubbornly press her case.
でもね、あのおじさんも最初の不意打ちはうまくいったの。大抵病院だってそうだった。平気で話しかけてきたのって文則だけだよ。
まあ、それも一理あるかもな。
That's a good point. I can't imagine personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Susumi was able to gain the advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however. Depending on the situation, it can even send someone into a berserk rage and make them harder to put down. Yeah, like the old man with his family.
Yeah.
Oof. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya's worried
じゃあさ、
about.
さや、こういうのはどうだろうか。
Oh, I think they might be able to do both. When I tell Saya the new plan that just popped into my head, a gloomy frown turns to a bright smile.
それ名案。文則って頭いい。
何もそこまで。
It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact that it lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please. But that's part of what makes her so cute.
で、いつ頃来るの？
今朝あれから電話があってさ、とりあえず関係ない場所に誘い出してある。少しじらしてやろうと思ってね。
やっぱり暗くなってからがいいよね。
Yeah, after dark seems good.
ああ、頃合いを見計らってここに誘い出して仕留めよう。ここなら誰にも気づかれないからね。
せっかく人間一人分の肉が仕入れられるのに、ここだと腐らせちゃうね。冷蔵庫。
他の動物を誘う餌にできないか？野良猫とかカラスをおびき寄せてさ。
それ危ないよ。万が一取り逃した時、よそに持っていかれて他人に見つかったら大騒ぎになるよ。
そっか、それもそうだ。
Humans are extremely dangerous, and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
まあ、この辺だと森にもいろいろと住んでるから。
3人分だよ。大丈夫かい？
任せて。これでもさや、狩りは得意なんだから。頑張っていっぱい捕まえてくるよ。
そうか。じゃあ、今日からはさやが一家の大黒柱だな。
へへ。
Saya giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of hers adorable.
今度はどのぐらいのんびりできるかな。
Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to which her question leads.
どのぐらいかな。
Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this island might seem, we will have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy. Just like when I failed to silence Koji. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage. Or this land might be targeted for new development. In order to be together with Saya, I have chosen to live apart from society. You will never find lasting peace in this world teeming with humans. Not unless we can somehow escape from it.
長い旅だと思えばいいさ。
Pull Saya into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders, then
どう
whisper,
せ人生なんて旅みたいなものなんだ。永遠に変わらない場所なんてない。時の流れを見送るか、自分自身が流れていくか、それだけの違いだよ。
そうだよね。
Saya smiled softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there's peace and contentment in her expression.
それでも一人ぼっちじゃないし。だからさや。
I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price.
それにね。
She adds brightly, trying to cheer me up.
いつかは私たちが人目を忍んで暮らさなくても良くなる日がきっと来るよ。それは約束してあげるから。
It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason she seems absolutely certain.
それは明日かもしれないし、ずっと先のことかもしれない。いつ印が来るのか私にもわからないの。ほんのちょっぴり怖いんだけどね。
I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time that she's said or done something mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles already.
僕らにも希望があるのかい？
She says with a cheerful nod.
きっとそれがさやが文則に送ってあげられる最後のプレゼント。さやの最初で最後の務め。
Koji has nothing to do but wait. He has spent almost half a day in the dark, empty study, breathing stale air choked with mold, as he strains his ears for the slightest hint of movement below. Few people could endure such a vigil, but Koji has accomplished it without complaint. If anything, suffering is welcome, for it keeps his nerves honed to a razor's edge. For, without a doubt, his single-minded focus is the only thing allowing him to push the limits of his stamina. Koji understands this and embraces the pain. Yeah, I think Koji's gonna die when he finally faces him because his body isn't gonna be able to keep up.
Yeah.
His closest friend has shattered his world like glass, and now Koji feels only hate toward the madness that has replaced it, and toward himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than any faith or resolve, no matter how noble. Also, I will admit, I just realized he found human body parts in his friend's fridge. Why did he not call the police and report that, and use that as evidence?
Right.
Like before, it was kind of going. There's like, I mean, it's your word against his, and the cop will just find the most likely excuse, you know? Which even that was bullshit, because so many people have disappeared around that man. They'll find evidence eventually, but then he found human
and
remains.
also the house itself too.
Yeah. Like, but then he found the remains in the house. It's like, this is pieces of a body in the fridge, in the freezer. Call the cops. They have evidence now. Now Koji feels only hate toward the madness that replaced it, and toward himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than any faith or resolve, no matter how noble. When he arrived at the Ogai house, Koji snuck inside carefully, hoping to perhaps take his enemy by surprise. It was only after he got inside that he realized the house was still abandoned. Even so, Koji was sure that Fuminori would arrive earlier than promised in order to set up an ambush. Poor bastard doesn't realize there was a wild goose chase. However, the light streaming through the windows turned red, then faded to darkness with no sign of anyone coming. Koji's patience has grown weaker and weaker by the moment. And now the appointed time has arrived. Just as Koji's frustration is about to peak, his phone begins to vibrate and flash. It's from Fuminori. He's calling rather than show up himself. Rage threatens to overwhelm him for an instant. But Koji manages to keep his voice calm as he answers.
どういうつもりだ、文則。
いやね。まさか待ち伏せなんていう無駄なことをして神経すり減らしてないか。お前のことが心配になってさ。遅くなったが、そろそろ本当の待ち合わせ場所を教えておかなくちゃと思ってさ。間に合ったかい？
God damn it, Fuminori, you asshole.
ふざけた真似を。
まあ怒るなよ。当然の用心だろう。
Alright. Fuminori laughs with unrestrained malevolence, as though to emphasize that he's seen through Koji's
お
plans.
前が大貝教授の家まで来てるんなら、そこからほんの少し先、歩いて行ける距離の場所だよ。まずは車に戻ってカーナビを見ろ。
今度こそ信用できるっていう保証は。
疑わしければ来なくていい。尻尾を巻いて逃げるがいいさ。
Fuminori hangs up immediately after speaking his challenge. Koji leaps out of his chair and kicks it across the room, unable to find any other outlet for his rage. He has no choice but to do what Fuminori says. His stamina is already exhausted. Only his obsession is keeping him going. If he allows himself even a moment's rest, he fears that he'll never again find the strength to face this madness. Tonight is his only chance to kill Fuminori. Koji knows, of course, that his enemy is planning to ambush him. Fuminori isn't going to fight fair, but then, neither is Koji. With the unsteady stride of a man half asleep, Koji leaves the Ogai house and heads for his car. Oh no. Oh, I just caused his death. Fuck! Only the base of these foothills has been developed for housing. The address Fuminori gave Koji is outside of that area, the thick forest that still covers the mountain's face. His car CPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, it should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. It's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. Maybe this next stop really will be the last. Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hands of progress are right at his doorstep, the undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. It looks like a great place to live in secret, or to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gate post suddenly appears in Koji's headlights like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up to the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence of the forest. His phone rings almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it's
着いた
from.
ぞ。
ああ、聞こえてた。ようこそ我が新居へ。
Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine.
中に入ってこいよ。ようも待ってる。
Waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door and gets out of the car. Alright, so here's our contestants. There's Fuminori with an axe, a woodcutter's axe, along with Saya, the Eldritch Abomination. They're in tip-top shape, they're well rested, and this is their playground, they know the lay of the land. They've set the trap. On the opposite team, we have Koji, who spent 2 days in a well, half a day recovering, and then immediately upon waking up, set out, called his boy, drove all for 3 hours to the house, went in there, and then spent near 7 hours in Ogai's home, waiting on edge the entire time before finally driving here on the third day since he was pushed into the well. And all he has is a gun, a revolver. And he's basically repeatedly said that if he takes a moment to rest and stop, he won't stand back up. He's that exhausted. The revolver can kill Fefe in a single shot. I don't know about Saya though. But man, our boy is really fucking tired. And I gotta go take a dump before this whole thing gets underway. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, here we are. Right, then. Beautiful. And I'm back, yep. I know. Mountains of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from small refrigerators and mopeds to huge chunks of concrete and plaster. It must have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact that they could get away with leaving all this stuff behind shows just how remote the place is. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountains of trash. Something must be buried underneath the piles of garbage, because the whole yard is filled with the sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters a bit more suitable. How many times now has he stood like this, alone in some ominously silent place, far removed from his everyday life? Sneaking into deathly quiet houses to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become as normal as going to class. The houses that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of the life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different. A perfect ruin, its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts, with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. By the way, welcome back, Ozark.
I've been back.
I know, I just playing
I've been
it
here.
off.
Well, I'm gonna head out anyway, so.
I know, I'm just playing it on with you.
Alright, I will see you later then.
Yep, see you later, my man. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there is only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? By the way, boys and girls, regardless of what happens after this whole showdown, if we switch over to another character in another location far away that's not related to this situation, I will be stopping there. Cause, god damn, I've gone long enough with this bullshit. I want to play some other games too, you know? It wasn't supposed to be a Song of Saya stream. Only. But how? Just as he's about to turn on his flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders around with a light on, he will be broadcasting his exact location. I will give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying in wait for him right now. He holds the light before him in his left hand with his finger poised on the switch. In his right hand he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now, ready to fire when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark ruin. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he has only moonlight streaming through empty windows to guide him. Everything appears grey and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he's hiding here. This is a battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly, where the first to make a sound and give away his position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are all open. Some are even missing their doors. Koji Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, then carefully proceeds on. To think that he noticed in the stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting meat. It's the exact same smell that filled Fuminori's house. Squish. Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It was a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through a swamp. And it came from the room at the end of the hall. Something is there. Something alive. Koji creeps towards the sound, his light and gun at the ready. Ooh, squishy. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone squeezing mud through their fingers. And as it gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noise. As he proceeds, the strange sound coming through the cracks in the concrete walls grows clearer. Before he knows it, he is standing on the threshold. The room is filled with a thick, viscous darkness, just like every other room that he's passed. There's more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pained breathing, like that of a wounded animal, and what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing? Koji whispers into the darkness. Where's your gun and flashlight? Artist, no! You forgot the gun and flashlight! No! I can't blame you, honestly. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences. Ah, damn dry throat. The last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then... a whisper comes out of the darkness. Though not a human voice, not by any measure, it speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. Hey, his mouth opened. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind. Tsukuba. It can't be. Yo doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this. Kill me. But if it's not Yo, how does it know his name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithers and hides in the shadows. Let me make an attempt here. I won't promise this will be good. And if I don't like it, I'll let the voice actor do the thing. It hurts. This body always hurts. Save me, Koji. Oh, that took a lot out of my chest. A thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch the light on before it's too late, or to turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the dark. Let me die. No more. Please. Kill me. I'll know how I did when I watch this section of the stream later. Because I actually want to know what that sounds like. Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. The white beam reveals everything. The merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind of all but two words, gun and trigger. His finger responds with instant obedience. There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than he anticipated. And then the destructive forces are swallowed up by the darkness. His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain the salvation can come only from the barrel of his gun. Light and darkness, explosion and silence, they dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to him to miss. Ryoka warned him how many bullets were left in the gun, but that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no way to erase the memory of the thing he glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. The light, which fell from his hand during the attack, is now pointing him in a different direction. And though all 4 bullets must have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play. Which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him onto his back. With fear seizing his throat in an iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body toward his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object at the creature on top of him. He hears the thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and then Koji's attacker rolls off him. As soon as he is able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize that he's holding a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing. With a cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises the steel pipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of its thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. These combine to evoke an instinctive loathing that wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy. Consumed by the same desperation with which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow down on his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. At the 20th blow, it stops moving. After a 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more and more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. That was intense. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until it recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever it might have been before, it is now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand, covered with unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun, but they were indeed precious to him, and he should never have come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance, for the blood of the man who poisoned him with truth and tore him from the womb of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji whirls, swinging his pipe with all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike, surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard. Twisted shadows dance in the beam of the light on the floor. Readying his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against his second attacker. Before this moment, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred.
おいおい、今の一振り、まるっきり手加減抜きかよ。
Even now, Fuminori is smiling as though the huge axe in his hands is just a sick joke.
参ったな。正直なとこ、お前はもう少し迷うもんだと思ってたんだけど。
迷うだと？俺が？貴様に？
Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion.
近江をどうした？筑波に一体何をした？それを考えてもまだ俺が貴様を殺すのに迷うだと？
そいつは言いがかりのつけ方が逆だろ、コウジ。
Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at
コウ
Koji's
ジ
feet.
の分際で僕の世をひどい目に遭わせやがって。世の10倍は痛めつけてから殺してやる。覚悟しろ。
The blade of Fuminori's axe carves a murderous arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming through from the floor. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arms, but his large frame takes the blow without giving any ground. Fuminori presses the attack, yielding a second blow and a third. His axe is designated for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than the piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying from his makeshift weapon. He can't win as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack. Bastard! Koji blocks a crushing downward swing that pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backward, then plants his feet to steady himself. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporary immobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly, spearing Fuminori with his stare.
お前、喧嘩に慣れてねえな。
Fuminori roars, comes in for another attack, but the damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with his pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, is that the situation now favors composure, not brute force. When Fuminori raises his axe high for yet another attack, Koji sees that his movements have grown dull enough. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges to Fuminori's range and grabs the haft of the axe with his left hand. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe hard at his enemy's unprotected side. He feels the crunch of his ribs breaking. A pain drives Fuminori to his knees, staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head. Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high to deliver the finishing blow. which is when something wrapped itself around his left ankle. In an instant, Koji panics at the unexpected sensation. Something soft and strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can assist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pike at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand too is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns to ice at the cold, slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around his uncovered wrist. That monster still alive? Fuminoir says encouragingly, even while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain. He manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya. Koji struggles desperately to free his limb from the creature's slimy grip. But more tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off as the slimy appendage seizes his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. His mind hazy from the pain. My mind hazy from the pain. I watch as Saya feasts upon her slain prey. We won. It was hard, and I wasn't able to do it alone, but together we have defeated our enemy. The price was steep. At least 2 of my ribs are broken, sending a sharp pain shooting through my chest every time I breathe. And then there's Yo. I didn't expect her to fall to Koji so easily. I suppose that, unlike Saya, she might have been unfamiliar with how to use her new body in combat. My injury must have fueled Saya's anger. Her slaughter of Koji was merciless and complete. As soon as the prey stopped moving, she sank her teeth into his vital organs and ruthlessly extinguished the last embers of life. Though her brutal, grisly actions were unbecoming of her girlish appearance, Saya's face covered in blood and gore was that of a victorious queen of beasts lording over her defeated foe. There was something noble and sacred about her primal ferocity that made me reluctant to disturb her. And just hit my mic. I don't know how long I've been sitting here watching Saya feast. I've nearly fainted from the pain several times. To be honest, I'm not used to violence. The wounds I suffered in the car accident were worse, of course. These broken ribs are the most severe injury that's ever been deliberately inflicted upon me. You'd think that Saya could show a little more concern for my condition. Koji's already dead as can be. There's no reason for her to be so greedy. I suddenly realized that Saya stopped eating. Now she's lying on her back, rolling from side to side. Has she eaten too much? It's been several days since we've had fresh, unfrozen meat, so I understand where enthusiasm is coming from. But still, I'm wounded here. You could give me a hand. Because I'm preoccupied with my own selfish wants, I'm slow to realize that something is wrong. Saya isn't resting. She's trembling, in agony. My blood goes cold, and the pain from my broken ribs is suddenly forgotten.
Saya!
I jump up, run to her side, and cradle her fallen body in my arms. Her face is pale and drenched in sweat, and her half-closed eyelids and lips are shivering like she has a fever. What's going on? Was she wounded in the fight? Could the meat she just ate have been poisoned somehow? I don't understand. All I know is that something terrible is happening.
Saya! Saya!
The only thing I can do is call her name with all of my strength. Saya slowly opens her eyes, gazes vacantly into my face.
ごめん。大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。ただちょっと
Just
痛いだけ。
何なんだどうしたんだサヤしっかりしろ
There's no way she's fine. It's glaringly obvious that the condition is dire. Even so, I I'm the only one who's panicking. Saya's expression is serene, as though she understands everything that is happening to her. She even smiles softly up
びっ
at
く
me.
りしちゃった。まさか本当にこんなに早く時が来るなんて。
I might lose Saya. Thought is unbearable. Terror and despair are quickly overwhelming me. A feeling of utter helplessness that I cannot
怖がら
resist.
ないで。昼間言ったよね。みのりと私の。
どういうことだよ。わけわかんないよ、サヤ。しっかりしてくれよ。
Saya answers my tearful entreaty with a smile like that of a mother comforting her
さ
child.
やはね、頑張るって言ったって。みのりはさやのこと綺麗だって。
やめようよ、サヤ。
Whatever is happening, I can't just sit by and watch as it causes Saya such
もう
agony.
いい。無茶しないでくれ。何をするつもりか知らないが、サヤが苦しむ姿なんて見たくない。
ひどいな。
Saya chides
みのり、
me.
分かってよ。
In a soft voice, she reveals her
生
secret.
まれるんだよ。さやとみのりの子供たちが。
For a moment, my mind goes completely blank.
そんな、いつの間に。
私もね、びっくり。ねえ、みのり。
Saya's labored breathing speaks to the terrible pain her tiny body is suffering. Even so, she wraps her arms tightly around my neck.
外に連れてって。広いところ、空の下に。
I nod. What else can I do? If I speak, I'm afraid that I'll be unable to hold back my tears. I mustn't cry. Not when Saya is facing her torment so bravely. It feels like Saya is burning up in my arms, and I fear that the terrible convulsions that shoot through her at intervals will tear her frail body to pieces. Praying for her safety, I scoop Saya up and carry her swiftly out of the ruined building. Maybe the cold night air will soothe her fever. That hope is futile. Cruelly dashed as her breathing grows shallow, and she moans through bluish lips.
サヤ、外だよ。
In response to my call, she opens her eyes once more. Her gaze is cloudy and unfocused. She can no longer see. Nevertheless, Saya looks at me. I can tell that she's imagining my expression where my face should be.
約束した。これが最後の。喜んでくれるといいな。
嬉しいよ。もちろん。
It takes every ounce of my willpower, but I manage to make my voice light and cheerful. In Saya's mind's eye, I know that I'm smiling. She won't have to see my face streaked with tears.
みのり、私を愛してくれたあなたにこの星をあげます。
This planet. Saya's whisper is weak and pained, but there's ecstasy in her voice, ecstasy and joy. Her back suddenly shifts and bulges
こ
outward.
の世界はきっと
She
綺麗
whispers
な場所に
in exultation.
さやとみのりのためだけの世界に。
And then Saya blooms. How else can I describe it? Flower petals, long and wide, spread from her back like the wings of a newly formed butterfly. Their brilliant glow comes from the countless tiny scales that cover each petal like particles of light.
さよならなのか。
I ask her careful to keep the sorrow out of my voice.
ううん、違う。これは始まり。
Saya's pain must already have left her, for her expression is infinitely peaceful and content.
私とみのりの世界の
The radiant motes rise and the wind painting rivers of light in the frozen winter sky. It is beautiful, overwhelmingly, painfully beautiful. Singing victoriously of their freedom, the shining seeds of life are released into this vast and fertile land. Their song heralds the coming of the new world and the destruction of the old. It is a boundless healing. It is an eternal blessing. We shall fill the world with our joy. Embracing Saya's pitifully shrunken body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya. Okay, this looks like it's gonna be the end, so I'll continue a little bit longer. Damn it. She was worried at first how long the preserved foods in the underground storeroom would last her, but now it seems that her fears were unfounded. It's the liquors he should have worried about. By savoring each drop of spiritus as though it were her last, she thought that she could make her flask hold out a little longer. But she must have been consuming more each day than she realized. Who can blame her? There's no way that she could have gotten through this without the intoxicating effects of distilled alcohol. After Ryoko chased useless emotions like hope and despair from her mind, she found herself spending the most peaceful days of her life. As resignation set in, even hate and fear left her. Now she feels only awe for what Okai Masahiko did and respect for the depths of his intellectual curiosity. After all, neither she nor this world has any reason left to deny his research. Alone in the mountain cabin, Ryoko killed time by bringing order to the documents that Oka had left behind. She took the scattered and ciphered papers and rewrote them in a more readable fashion, eliminating redundancies and adding indexes and tables of contents. Ryoko did not intend for anyone to read them, of course. She knew full well how meaningless her actions were. With a reason to live gone, however, having something to devote her mind to was at least some relief. And now, the last congratulatory drops of spiritus vodka burned their way down Ryoko's throat. All of Oka's research lies before her in a single volume. Nice. She is finally finished transcribing and annotating the last of her writings. Enjoying the satisfaction of a pointless job well done, she idly pages through the manuscript that she just completed. Hey, listen. Oh, come on, you just used the same picture. Whatever. I shall conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. There we go. The life form that I named Saya did not appear in our universe by chance, nor even as a result of my summoning, but because of the instincts that were programmed directly into her biology. She was created to fulfill the same ultimate purpose that all life shares: reproduction. Saya and her kind procreate by spreading their seeds to other dimensions. What is the probability that they will discover a doorway to another world? Even if they succeed in doing so, the chance of that world being suitable for reproduction must be even more minimal. In order to make the most of that scant probability, evolution has granted them a certain advantage. None other than the astonishing ability that I have witnessed in Saya. To wit, they select the most prosperous life form that they encounter, take control of it, and in doing so, gain dominance over that planet's biosphere. In other words, they hijack the entire species. They do this by analyzing the target's genome, then overwriting its genetic code to remake it in their own image. Saya's biology is more than capable of inducing such dramatic and widespread mutation. There is a significant probability that the target species will have evolved into intelligent life. This element may be necessary to gain control of a planet's environment. Therefore, Saya and her sisters also plunder their target's culture and psychology. Her extraordinary learning ability and intellectual curiosity are likely instinctive tools that enable her to inherit the target species' entire wealth of knowledge. In fact, it may be that Saya's kind has always had its sights set on intelligent life. Perhaps they wait patiently for some foolish, extra-dimensional species to gain knowledge of other worlds, and in attempting to satisfy its curiosity, make contact with the outer universe in which they dwell, rather than send Saya and her kin on their dimensional journeys with only luck and their own strength to depend on. Would not waiting for such contact greatly increase the chance of finding a world worthy of conquest? Just as I, having acquired the silver key, fancied myself an explorer of the unknown, how many intelligent life forms on other worlds have thoughtlessly congratulated themselves for discovering Saya's sisters. Taken by the sudden urge to go outside for a change, Yoko gathers up the manuscript and heads to her car, which is parked in the front yard. She has completed her self-imposed final duty. There is no longer any reason for her to remain holed up in the mountain cabin. She drives a little farther up the mountain to an open place that offers a scenic view of the land below. In the early days of the change, Ryoko often came to the spot to watch helplessly over the mutating city. The one flaw in my theory comes from none other than Saya herself. After using me to learn everything she could about humanity, Saya should finally have been prepared to begin the last stage of her invasion. However, she never carried out her mission. Why? I hypothesize that Saya was an irregular among her kind. It is said that the human race's intelligence has allowed us to conquer our natural instincts. Perhaps, in absorbing the human psyche, Saya accidentally inherited the disease that infects our entire species. What is human love, really? What behavior could be more of a hindrance to the efficient propagation of a species? I am reminded of how, at the end of her studies, Saya consumed vast quantities of romantic literature from all over the world. She tried to understand romance as an integral part of the human reproductive process. As a result, she might have unwittingly neutered her own unparalleled reproductive abilities. After all, she had not known love. She had come to this world to rule it in our place, and had studied humanity to fulfill that purpose. But ultimately, she cannot share love with a human. Without love's blessing, Saya was unable to find the passion to fill this world with her kind. In learning all that there was to know about humanity, she herself had become hopelessly human. Weary of loneliness, she despaired of the world. How pure her maiden soul must have been. If this hypothesis is correct, then it means that I have failed as her teacher. I cannot help but feel ashamed for having spoiled such an extraordinary organism. Saya, next to Ogai Masahiko, Ryoko now knows more about that entity than anyone else. No. When the young man named Sakisaka Fuminori is added to the running, perhaps she only comes in third. In the end, she never encountered the creature face to face. She would like to have met it once, though. If Ogai's analysis of psychology is correct, then it must have been Sakisaka who restored her desire to conquer the world. Perhaps, as Sakisaka's chief physician, Ryuko played some role in bringing that lonely young man and Saya together. In which case, she should at least have had the right to attend their wedding to end all weddings. She might even have charged them a matchmaker's fee. I have a dream that one day my daughter will know the blessings of love. I pray that there will come a day when her heart burns with the flames of passion, that her world becomes bright and joyous once more. When that day comes, Saya, your terrible, irresistible purpose will surely consume us. That your progeny may flourish, the whole world will know your love and be reborn. Ah, what wonders the future holds. I deeply regret that I must end my life before I can see that day come, but the footsteps of those who would destroy my dream grow closer by the hour. If I seal my lips in death, then their grasping hands will not reach you. Please forgive me, my daughter, for leaving you alone in this barren world. With the knowledge that you now possess, I know that you will find your own path. The radiance of your hard-won soul shall light the road ahead. Have no fear, have no doubt. March onward until you reach your answer at last. And I, Saya, will dream forever of the world that you will create. Perhaps it is the isolated environment or the mountain air. Maybe it is just more resistant to the change. Whatever the case, Ryoko has not yet become as inhuman as the creatures wriggling through the city below. She does not know exactly how many people on this planet could still be called human, but she's one of what must be only a handful of survivors who are left to watch over the end of humankind. Of course, it's only a matter of time before she changes too. It has been 3 days since she chopped off her right hand, which had ceased to function as anything resembling a human hand. But the itching that has spread across her entire back is growing more intolerable by the hour. She could look in a mirror to see what she is becoming, but she doubts that it will make her happy. Ryoko thinks that maybe it would be best to just go to sleep here, with the world spread out before her. When she awakens, perhaps she will be ready to descend the mountain and join in the city's revelries. Or maybe she won't even need such resolve anymore. Whatever the case, Ryoko thinks dreamily as he licks the very last drop from her flask. Even after I stop being human, I hope I'll still enjoy the taste of booze. Wow. That's certainly something. And thus we've come to the end of the Song of Saya. You got to make 2 choices in this game. And I think we got Saya's happy end. But yeah, I don't know how many endings there are in this game. I think there's probably 1 or 3 more endings that I'll pursue in my own time to try and see if I can get them. But yeah. Besides that, this was pretty intriguing. Definitely an intriguing one. I think I'll have to search up the uncensored one, you know? See if it changes the story actually. See how it goes. But I won't be streaming that shit. I'll be doing it at my own time. And maybe I'll make a video and tell you guys about how it goes. But don't expect that to come out in the next months, because that's gonna take a long ass time. Like, it's gonna, just with how busy I am in life and the fact I'm gonna need to solve and all that jazz and actually look for this shit, probably gonna take me a couple months to finish all that shit. So, you know, Until then, I'm gonna let these credits roll, let them continue on. Then, yeah. Then I think I'm going to end the stream and start a new one for the Resident Evil one, you know? Because the boy did tell us about Resident Evil 4, yeah? Might as well start it up at least. I won't be finishing it today. I will only be playing for like 2 more hours at most. But it's still Halloween, boys. It's still Halloween. So, for now, enjoy the credits. That's been perfectly timed. Alright. CG library. Let's see here. Hello. Decent. I'm assuming since we didn't haven't finished the game kind of 100%, I'm assuming there's some here that we missed. Yeah, there's 2 over there, right? 2 just there. 2 here we missed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 here we missed. And we haven't missed that many. We've only missed 7 images. I don't know how to feel about that. What a bit. Really interesting. Travel through space, still couldn't find your bitches. Beautiful. Yeah, I was cheese response to one of the boss from before. Now let's see. There's load. Load. Okay, I see. So it does save by itself more or less somewhat. Okay, it saves on the decisions. Okay, that makes it a lot easier to go through the game then. Okay. Memory file. Yeah, quick saves, yeah. I don't even yet know how to open the menu in the game and save. Only saw an exit option before, so I have no clue how that's gonna function. Let's see. Sound library. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Well, either way. Oh, staff comment, nice. It's time to exit the Song of Saya. And begin Resident Evil 4. I'll be right back once I've downloaded and installed it, alright? It might take me a while, maybe an hour, maybe 2, I don't know. Depends on how big the game is and the trouble to have to go through. See you all in a bit.